too.
Smart.
Yep. So,
Find me.
whatever he's looking for.
In case I need to
Today
write anything down.
is our kind of first go at this and overview, kind of setting the stage of what we're going to be doing for the next however many weeks that we're going to be focusing on world building. So we're going to give...
So this is going to not necessarily going to be like a specific time frame for this. By the way, here he is, our host for the night. But this isn't really a... this isn't going to be a set time limit kind of thing. This is going to be... every so often y'all are going to get updates on it, and we'll participate in doing this. This is not something that I can only do on stream unless we stream this only, because you just can't. I don't have enough notebooks in the world for that. So every so often we'll do this. We'll probably do this right now, the majority of Saturdays, you would say, right?
Yeah.
I think this upcoming weekend, we'll actually hop on Pokemon again and do some raids. Because Greninja comes back.
Oh, nice.
But, yeah, majority of them are going to be probably focused on this for the foreseeable Saturdays. So.
Turn up our music just a tad. Give you the headphones. It doesn't really matter who has the headphones today. Normally we'll have him with the headphones because he's typically the one playing games, but we got no games we're going off of today other than whatever we come up with.
Yeah.
So this is really a just chatting type of format where we're going to describe this world that we're building to y'all and start working on more of it with input from the chat.
Yep. Don't mind me. Continue.
So, it'd be good to start with kind of a rundown of what the idea behind this project is that we're working on.
Do you want to start all the way with where it was born?
Yeah.
Where the idea was born?
Yeah. So,
okay. I can do that.
Probably good to mention our backgrounds. So, we started playing D&D in 20...
It's been... Let's see, your campaign's been going on for 2 years. Mine went on
3 years.
Mine's been at least a year before that. And then... Yeah, so probably about 4 years.
Yeah, we started playing D&D in 2018.
2018-ish, yeah.
Regularly.
Yep.
You played Pathfinder before then.
I did play Pathfinder for probably about 2 years intermittently. Probably about 6 months, like pretty consistent. And then intermittent through the next 6 months, while me and one of our buddies were at college and everybody else was at college. We were all just doing different college. All had varying levels of jobs / school that we were doing, and eventually it just kind of died on us. We tried multiple different methods. I think we did Roll20 for a little bit. We did there was a like open dice chat that you could do on the phone. It was like a web browser that came to the phone as well. We did that for a little bit where you could roll any number of dice in that chat. And then we did a couple of sessions in person. We were all able to show up and meet up with one of our buddies in college, who was actually at West Georgia at the time. So we actually drove down there and spent the night down there once. Actually, I think, yeah, that was a night trip. Came back like 12 o'clock the next day.
But your first big introduction to the world of Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop role-playing systems in general was going straight into DMing for...
Okay. Note, There's a reason that games are the typical average of 3 to 4 people.
I'd say 3 to 6.
3 to 6 is kind of 6 is very much the upper limit. You don't want to really go too far over that, unless technically you can do so using a sandbox campaign, where every story is intertwined but not necessarily relative to only having a single party of characters.
But we're throwing out some like higher level terminology here, like sandbox campaign.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? As we're in the process of explaining this, we'll kind of try to define some of these things.
Mhm.
If you're new to world building, I got my start kind of. So my first campaign I really played in was the one that you ran, and
Note, it was not nearly as well thought out as 40 pages currently.
in 2018, but yeah, we were all still new at trying to run, tabletop games. Campaign being a long-term game series where you have multiple sessions where you meet together and play with a group, a long-term story, versus a one-shot, which is
typically one session or one meeting of people. So
it'd be good to do one of these. Oh.
Hey,
that's Nathan.
Yes. Hey, Nathan. Hey, Matthew.
Hi. But we'll probably do a I like to do one in the future where we make a PowerPoint and actually explain some of these terminologies to world building.
Yeah, we can do that in the next one if you want.
Do you like one as an intro? Right now we're very bare bones because this is we're still getting ideas. We're world building our own campaign, really.
Yeah.
And our world building our own stream is what I meant to say.
Yeah, that's true.
So we're still coming up. So world building, being creating a world from scratch. And even though I didn't do D&D type, I've been doing world building probably since I was in 4th grade was whenever I was
gonna say you've really been world building a long time.
Yeah. Whenever I first came up with ideas, honestly, my first worlds that I've came up with stemmed from like superhero kind of sci-fi.
Hey, Seth.
Hi.
How's it going? We're just kind of giving a background really quick.
Yeah, we're giving a background on our history with world building and stuff, and we're also recording this, and we'll be posting this on YouTube.
Oh God, I need to do so many posts.
But
I promise I will get to posting on YouTube the rest of Pokemon and the beginning of this. I promise.
Took a while to get logged in.
That's fair enough. Yeah.
And I also, as we mentioned, we're kind of world building our own, our stream, basically.
Yeah. So if you see things getting moved around every so often, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
This is still a very bare bones, overlay that, I put together, and we're gonna add little widgets and stuff.
By the way, quick question. Can y'all hear the music? Because I can on my end, but I don't know if you guys can. I assume you can. Right? Anyways.
Hello.
So, yeah. You were in my first campaign, and the first thing that you ever actually DM'd was actually in my campaign.
Yeah, it was a Halloween one-shot for,
Very faint. Okay, good. It is very quiet, so that's to be expected. We can turn it up
a little bit. It's just I don't want to overpower the.
You can turn it up
audio.
A little more than that. It didn't go anywhere. Keep going. We are much louder than the audio is right now.
How's that?
It's a little better. It's still very faint, but
yeah, it might also be the song too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
her first thing that she ever DM'd was a
Halloween one shot when you were sick.
Yeah.
But the prior to that, I had loved making ideas for worlds and stories, and I didn't know how I was going to implement that. But once I started playing D&D with y'all, I thought that's a great way because it's almost a story that you don't have to wait to tell. You don't have to write it and be like, oh, once I get done writing this, then I can show it. You can build the story while you're
you
playing.
start with honestly, with what I've learned with world building is you don't want to go from start to finish, because if you go from start to finish, you are so going to get derailed, and you're going to have to keep everybody in line exactly where you need them to go, and it's not fun.
Mm-hmm.
So DMing, what is it? What's
Game
the correct
mastering or dungeon mastering? So
game mastering is a world.
Running a campaign. So dungeon master is a trademark of Wizards of the Coast, which is people that make Dungeons and Dragons. Game master is a more general term that's been used, but it's the person who runs the story that you're telling versus somebody who's playing in it. Now, the person who's running it is technically still playing in it, but they're more like the creator and
they're the storyteller. That's what we are. And the crazy thing is, you think you're the storyteller, but you are only the detail giver.
Yeah, you give the narration.
Whereas the players are the true storytellers, because all of it, being a GM is very much a reactive thing instead of a
proactive.
Right, yeah. You can be proactive in some things because there are some things that are going to happen regardless of what the players do. However, the players will react based on what you tell them. And then it is your job, because you can't account for every single thing that the players are going to do. You could have a simple NPC who just wants to live his life,
who's a normal guy.
And you could just be like, oh, cool, I'm going to go home and, fall asleep now because I'm exhausted. I've been up for 3 days, right? And then they die. And then you have to, as a GM, be like, what?
Or have your big villain that you're like, yes, the players are going to, like, fight through, and then at the end, they're going to, face this villain, and then the first time...
Yes, we do. Normal Guy is a very good name.
Yeah. But
it's a very descriptive name, right? You want description into the name, right? And that's can't get much simpler than Normal Guy. I mean, I guess you could get Normal Girl, but
yeah, that doesn't
it doesn't
fit.
quite roll off the tongue, right?
But yeah, you have this really scary big enemy, and then the first time the players, fight it dies, and then you're like, I did not account for that. What do I do now? So, you have to be reactive whenever you're doing it. So you don't want to get too in detail if you're building a world for a campaign, which is a long-term game that you're playing with players. But I feel like that's kind of the art of trying to world build for it.
Yeah.
Is you want to build all of those details that already exist in the world, not really planning the story as far as like, once the players do this, they're going to do this and this, because they might not do the thing that you want them to do. And if you push them too far to do something, you're almost taking away that agency from the players that makes it fun to play. At that point, just write a book.
Yeah.
But that's what our background is we started doing that campaign with you. From there, I started running a campaign in Dungeons and Dragons 5e, which is the 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons. There's 5 different versions. That makes sense that it's 5th edition.
There might be like,
but there's like 3.5.
There might be minor modifications to them so that they didn't just fully qualify it as a new Dungeons and Dragons type, but it was still within that same universe, just minor modifications to it.
Yeah.
So I mean, it makes sense. There's 5 full editions.
Yeah, there was the base game of Dungeons and Dragons been around since, I believe, the 70s or 80s.
Somewhere in that area.
Was around where it was created, and then since then as time's gone on and they've thought of, hey, this could be done better, they've modified the worlds. So 5th edition's the current edition. It's a lot more of a user-friendly, player-friendly edition than past ones where it's less complicated to do everything. So when we refer to D&D 5e, that's Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. It's the current edition. So that's what I've ran for since 2019. Oh, yeah, 2019.
It was about a year after I started.
Yeah, I started my campaign. I started coming up with stuff not too long after you started DMing because I liked the concept of it. But we actually did the first session or playing of the game kind of impromptu at the bowling alley.
That was fun. Yeah.
Near where we live because I had dice with me and I was with the group I was going to DM for or GM for, and we were just like, you know what, let's start now while we're waiting for the broken bowling lane to fix.
Note, if you are interested ever really in playing D&D, always carry a thing of dice with you.
Yeah.
They're in your bag, in a book bag, somewhere. Just keep one on you, because you never know when somebody's like, roll for initiative, and you're like, ah!
It also makes for a great conversation starter.
That is true, yeah. Because somebody's just like, oh man, you know, I've always wanted to play D&D, and then you just like roll a d20, and you're like, I got you, bro.
So we both bowl. Yeah. We don't bowl competitive.
I mean, we actually do.
We bowl competitively for fun.
Yes.
Fun
competitive.
We have our own bowling bags. I have our bowling balls and shoes in it, and I keep a thing of dice and a thing of playing cards in mine because you never know.
Never know when you just have a broken lane. You need something to do.
Yeah. Our bowling alley's bad about the lanes breaking. I don't know if that's a universal concept.
The crazy thing is, not always. A majority of the time, yeah, but there are some times where it's just smooth sailing all the way through, and you're like, yeah, nailed it. But
I've DM'd in 5e for 3 years. You've DM'd in more systems, or GM'd in more systems.
I have ran multiple systems.
Multiple systems being different rule sets. So D&D,
completely different types of games.
Yeah, so they use dice. So dice. Main dice that's used in D&D is a 20-sided dice that you roll to figure out like attack rolls,
skill checks.
in order to attack, skill checks. So if you want to perform, if you want to see things better,
right? Perception. So you know what do I notice? Or investigation, even. You know. Yes, I see a door. I want to investigate said door, which is, you know, I want to look at the, minute details of said door. Are there any traps? Can I see any hidden wires? Things like that. Then you also have, and then it ranges all the way up to, you know, how good are you at lying? Or, hey, what kind of flower is that?
So, D&D mainly uses a D20, but it also uses 6 other dice. I think this is
6. Yes.
Yeah, 6 other dice, so 7 dice in total. And some dice are used more often than others. They normally the other ones are normally rolled for damage. So
damage, health, things like that.
Creatures have a different amount of health, including the things that the players are playing, and you roll that to see how much health gets taken away or added if you're healing.
Yeah.
So that's the type of system that D&D is. It's very dice-based.
Pretty much strictly dice-based.
Strictly dice-based, but uses a wide range of dice, including a 20-sided dice or a D20. Has 20 different sizes, 20 different numbers. But different systems use different mechanics.
Yep.
So the D20 mechanic uses 7 dice. Mutants and Masterminds, which is his campaign that you've been running currently instead of Dungeons & Dragons 5e.
It's superheroes and supervillains, even though we are doing it slightly different.
Yeah, we're not doing strictly based on
it's just the
rules.
system we are technically basing our campaign off of.
Yeah. And we're doing a lot of homebrew for that. So homebrew is a term that refers to taking something as written and making it your own, adding new rules to it.
Mhm.
A lot of people, a good way to explain homebrew is in Monopoly. There's a little place on the board that's called free parking. In base rules for Monopoly, you do nothing when you land on that spot, but there's a lot of house rules that say like, well, all the money that gets collected, you put it in the center of the board, and then if you land on free parking, you get all that money. That's how I play it in my family.
A majority of people play that way.
So that's a
yes, house rules. House rules in homebrew interchangeable.
Yeah. So homebrew is house rules, but whenever you're talking about house rules that refer to making like brand new characters and stuff, it kind of goes on to like a whole different level.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what homebrew refers to.
Yep.
So Mutants and Masterminds, we're doing almost a homebrew version of that where we don't follow all the base rules, and that's partially because we don't actually own the books.
We do not.
So we're basing it off of what we found free online.
Mm-hmm. Which
and
is
surprisingly,
technically.
not pirated online, but what we found like free.
Yeah, it's just
like
a free PDF download that you can get.
Yeah, or not even that. They're like websites that post like the general rules. 5e has like that. That too, or 5th edition has like that too. But Mutants and Masterminds uses a
strictly pretty much a D20
20-sided dice system. So Mutants and Masterminds, the 20-sided dice, I really should use a different colored dice. It's a little hard to see the green one. We really don't have another. Well, that one's kind of closer.
That one's black.
Yeah.
You would have to find like a neon colored one.
Which we have. I just don't want to go digging for it right now.
Yeah.
But Mutants and Masterminds uses almost strictly a 20-sided dice to figure out everything.
So your attacks, your honestly your defenses, even any of your skill checks, anything.
So it's a lot simpler as far as like how much things that you have to have, how many things you have to have, because you only need a d20 for that one instead of all the other dice, which has its benefits and downsides to it depending on everything. So that's the system that you've been running a lot in. We've also done a one-shot in Monster of the Week, which is
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, it's like a Scooby-Doo type system where you're monster hunters and you're
combat is pretty much strictly theatrical. So it's just explaining what's going on in combat instead of actually rolling.
Yeah, instead of having to be like, well, this monster has X amount of health and my attack does this damage, I'm gonna roll and see if I can hit it, all that stuff. It's more like, describe how you would handle this, and there might be one or two different things that you have to do.
Monster X charges at you, and goes to, by your arm. What do you do? I'm gonna roll out of the way, blah blah blah, and you would think that it's not near as entertaining, because the players could just, I roll out of the way every single time. Well, that's not exactly how things work, because the monsters are monsters. They not all of them are smart. So some, if you just dodge out of the way, they'll never hit you. That's very true. But say you run into a vampire who definitely has intelligence. If you roll out of the way, it's just going to stop and then kick you, because he can. That's what he does. Or they are faster than you, so you attempt to roll out of the way, and they are then going to bite you, right?
Yeah. So we haven't played a ton in this system, so we're not really any experts to be describing how it weighs as far as like quality level or anything to the other systems. We can't say that for mutants too much either, because we aren't playing by the base rules.
Look, just because they're not known for kicking doesn't mean they won't. Right? If they're just what if they don't want to bite you? What if they're not hungry and they just want to kick you in the face? Just bam.
I would say definitely that Monster of the Week is a lot more of a role play heavy system versus a rules heavy system.
Yeah.
Even though they do use a few rules, and one of the rules that they do use is they're based after the system called, I believe it's Apocalypse Rising is the main game it was based off of, but they call them
Okay.
apocalypse systems, where you use two d6s. D6s being your standard six-sided dice.
Like Yahtzee dice,
Yeah.
basically.
And you roll those, and then there's different mechanics that have to do with those. So you only need two six-sided dice for that.
And pretty much any board game that comes with dice comes with two
of them, yeah. Because most households, I say, have a Monopoly game.
Monopoly.
And if not, you can find it at the store pretty easily.
I could see Yahtzee.
Well, that's fair. Yahtzee does have a lot of.
Because Yahtzee's got like 6 dice. So, boom, you got 3 people right there that can all play.
So, different systems, they use different mechanics. Which, like I said, 5e uses the 20-sided dice. 20-sided dice is widely known for role-playing games.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other games. There's so many different types of games out there that we couldn't even begin to name them all because we don't know all of them.
We don't.
But there's a lot of different systems that use different mechanics. D20 system, 20-sided dice, very popular. But all this being said, describing what our history is, because your current campaign, which is the Mutants and Masterminds one, is coming to an end.
Yep.
We've actually been recording it for over 2 years now, I think.
Yeah.
Not since the beginning, but...
Okay, so we were recording it since near the beginning. But we've been using multiple different recording devices before we finally settled on Streamlabs, and Streamlabs has kind of been our go-to for here on.
Yeah, because we started with a Discord bot, and it didn't really...
It worked well for a little while, and then Discord said, no, we're not going to let you use that bot anymore.
Yeah, so. It was... Yeah, the bot got taken off, and then it was like...
Some of the files
ones... Yeah, some of the files were weird, so we stopped using that. I started using OBS, which is a streaming system, but I had issues where OBS Studio, whenever the computer would go offline, or if it ran out of battery or something like that, it would corrupt that whole file that got streamed. And if you're playing a game for 3 hours, 4 hours at a time, that's a lot of stuff you can lose.
That's a lot of stuff.
Not to say that all of it is necessarily good stuff, because half the time we'll just kind of be joking around.
You will go off into tangents when playing
like we are
D&D,
doing right now.
Yeah, but this is fine.
But yeah, so we have all that recorded that we're going to utilize in some capacity in the future. Most likely clips from it, and then using that as a base to write stuff about the campaign. But your campaign's coming to an end, and you're wanting to run another game.
I'm gonna run another one.
So
probably in between the current campaign, I'm actually gonna reboot my initial campaign. In a much smaller fashion,
Dungeons
I think.
And Dragons one.
The 5e, 5e Dungeons and Dragons. I'm gonna reboot it as a much smaller one though. I don't think I have the drive to want to do the full campaign on that. Just because there was going to be a lot to it. It was very confusing even to me. Which is it happens the first time you're a DM or GM. Yeah, I'm gonna do a much smaller version of it, I think.
Which might be streamed.
Which we might stream, yeah.
We're still deciding on that one. But as far as like a big campaign, your next big thing goes, you were talking to me about how you wanted to do one that kind of... Well, at first it was just, I want to do Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
it's what it started as.
It started as... I love the story of Lord of the Rings. Everything about Lord of the Rings is cool. This was when The Rings of Power came out.
I had a little was before the Rings of Power came out.
It was right before Rings of
Yeah.
Power, and then Rings of Power came out, and it kind of like sparked it for me
Yeah.
again. But it was, hey, I want to do Lord of the Rings. Everything's super cool about it. I think it's a great story. You could easily turn that into a D&D campaign.
And of course, Tolkien is like the quintessential world builder, you would almost say. Like,
yeah,
he really sparked like the whole fantasy world building. Like, even though elves and dwarves and things like that are
kind of always existed.
Well, yeah, they come from mythologies of different cultures. Dwarves deriving a lot from Norse mythology.
Mm-hmm.
Elves kind of are sprinkled into a lot of different European folklores. But Tolkien kind of established this pop culture idea that we have of
those
what the
races.
fantasy elf, what the fantasy dwarf is.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he basically made a language and then made a world to go around the language.
That is the crazy thing to me is, for me, I don't have the know-how to do that. So the fact that Tolkien was able to say, I'm gonna make a language. Here's my language. Now let's talk about everything that goes around said language. I'm just like, what? How did you do that? Like, how did you come up with the whole make a language and then that's not good enough for me. Now I'm going to make everything that speaks that language, how they interact with everybody, how that interacts with the world. Oh, look, now we have a new world. Like, why?
But yeah, I mean, it makes sense why you would be driven to that, because that's kind of, quintessential fantasy,
Yeah.
right? However, because we're very much into homebrew and creating our own stuff, creating our own stories, homebrew again being house rules and creating things from scratch instead of basing it off pre-existing things. Whenever he came to me with that,
YouTube music stopped.
YouTube music stopped.
Sorry.
See if you can figure out why, and then that's the thing, you might have to copy and paste it in again.
Into
but
what? Okay.
Yeah. So whenever he came to me with that thought, I challenged him. So what is it about Lord of the Rings that you really want to play? Like you got it to work?
No.
Okay. I see.
Refresh cache?
Yeah, you can try that. I see what's wrong with it, though. There we go.
There we go. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Our thing was asking us if we were still watching it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's why it stopped. But whenever he came to me with the whole, or we were just talking about it, really, that you want to do Lord of the Rings, I asked you, what is it that you like about it?
Yeah.
Because while Lord of the Rings is, quintessential fantasy, as I've been saying, it's also been overdone because of the fact that it's so popular.
Yeah.
So, before you ran a campaign in that's what I wanted to ask you, because I wanted to figure out what the root of that was to see if you really needed to run Lord of the Rings, or if you could make something new with it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a challenge to that.
No, it definitely was.
Yeah. Lord of the Rings is timeless, yeah.
And I believe my answer was mainly the story. I love the story of Lord of the Rings. It is such a good story.
Mm-hmm.
I love the whole camaraderie. I love just honestly the story of one guy going out on an adventure of a lifetime to destroy this cursed object. And yeah, I know, cursed objects, blah, 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 they're everywhere. Yeah, I get it. Doesn't make it any less fun.
Yeah, just because something's a cliche or it's been done a lot of times before. Doesn't mean it's bad, because things, tropes or different elements of stories that get popular are popular for a reason.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, is tropes are there and they exist. The reason they exist is because they work.
So, like, Lord of the Rings is timeless because elements in that are timeless.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those elements of, camaraderie and the evil artifacts, corruption and greed,
Yep.
and overcoming that are timeless themes that exist. Like,
and honestly, watching the character growth is amazing too.
But you can take those things, and you don't necessarily have to do it in the bubble of Lord of the Rings.
Uh-huh.
You can take those aspects and create something new with it. Which, after hearing your answer to that, that's when I was like, well, you can do those things without having to limit yourself to the Lord of the Rings world. What other worlds would you be interested in?
Uh-huh.
And from there, we talked about different races and such, which we are going to show off
in just a second, I promise.
Yeah. But then, as we were talking more, we were like, okay, how does the magic work in this world? How does X and an X work?
Sorry. The reason that she brings up how does magic work, I believe you taught me this as well. There are basically two forms of magic. There is soft magic and there are hard magic, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hard magic follows a very specific set of rules. This is how magic works. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's how magic works.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the series yet, I haven't read the series yet, so I can't say too much on it, but this is the example I've seen. So, an author named Brandon Sanderson, he's got a series called Mistborn, where there's basically 5 different types of magic that you can do that are each based on different metals.
Uh-huh.
And there is only 5 different types. There is no like, oh, if I mix this and this together, or there's this whole other thing. Now there might be, I don't know enough about this to say that. I might be saying something that's wrong, but that's what my understanding of it is, that there's only those 5, and that's what you're limited to in the world. But with rules, you can showcase how to utilize those rules basically like to their fullest extent.
Yeah.
Whenever you're playing with such a hard system.
Whereas with soft magic is probably more versatile, would you say?
Soft magic is
because there's not a hard rule set
more
for
mystical in nature, where you as a viewer or as a player, if you're playing in a game, don't know everything magic can do. Normally in soft magic systems, people don't have access, like the normal people don't have access to magic, versus harder magic systems where they would have access to it. Normally it's like this mystical figure, this Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White has all this power that you don't know what they're capable of.
This would be Merlin is probably what you would say. Merlin is probably soft magic, right? Because Merlin is this great wizard who can do so many cool, fantastic things.
I mean, Merlin as a character, there's all kinds of different varieties of Merlin. Yeah. But I'd say for the most part, how he's depicted, you would say he's typically a soft magic. So were this important from a story perspective too? And I guess this is more of a less of a campaign story, as in like a role-playing game story, and more of like a movie, book, TV shows. Is a lot of times if you're running a soft magic system, it feels less impactful if you use magic to solve problems, because then it just feels like a Deus Ex Machina, or basically at the end of the story, big angel or god comes in and saves the day. That terminology comes from ancient Roman Greek, where they would have plays, and at the end of the play they would have like the this god comes in and saves the day from it.
And it's way less.
It's less satisfying. Yeah. Whereas
it seems like a cop out sometimes.
Yeah, it seems like a cop out if you use that. However, it can be used to instill this like mystic feel to the world, where magic seems a lot more impactful and powerful. Hard magic is good because when you have rules, and people know what those rules are, it feels much more satisfying when those rules are used to solve problems. So those are different magic systems, and that's something that we were talking about with making a world. Like, so what type of magic would we want? What types of like?
I believe we landed on. Did we land on soft magic or hard?
I think we landed on soft magic, but we'll explain that more in a minute. But all of those different aspects is what we were talking about, and in doing so, and that's building the world. In doing so, we were trying to determine, okay, with all these specifications that we've made for ourselves, which system should we play this game in?
Yeah.
And looking at the current systems that we know about, based on what we wanted to do with our world, we couldn't really find a good, like, it didn't fit really good in D&D, it didn't fit really good in the Mutants one.
Mainly because it felt like it just limited those systems, or just was going to go outside of their abilities to
basically, do. Of the systems we know about. And I can't, because there could be one system out there that works perfectly for it that we don't know about. But of the systems that we're familiar with and we know about, and definitely with Dungeons and Dragons, with our ideas for this world, we'd be breaking and homebrewing, adding so many house rules to it so much that it would be almost a different game. So we started talking about, okay, if we're going to be adding so many new rules that it's basically a new game, why don't we just make a new game? And so that's what this project is, that we're doing.
Yep.
Is we're going to try to make our own system and the world, the base world to go around it. Now
And again, this document is already 40 pages long. I want to stress this. This document is 40 pages long. I haven't even finished the cities yet. Just saying.
Yeah, so, I guess next thing we probably want to do is kind of describe what our base ideas for the world we've landed on is, and we can actually provide notes on here about those, and then we can switch over to, so the document he was referring to, and that would be this document right here. Yeah. So this is our world building. So we should probably explain. So world building, as we said, is building a world. So what areas exist in the world, what people exist in the world, down to minute details like what types of plants grow here.
It is plants, metals, people.
Yeah. What's the weather like? What are the climates?
Yeah. Or, again, don't mind the terrible drawing, but even the drawing, what do the symbols of kingdoms look like?
What are the religions in the world?
Yeah.
Who made the world? Within the world.
What is the magic?
Yeah. And that magic goes along with that pretty well. So that's the world building aspect of it. Now, if you're playing any type of role-playing system or making any type of story, you're going to be doing world building.
Yeah.
Unless you're playing a system and you're using a pre-existing world, which somebody built.
The crazy thing is, we act like, we're the only people who have ever world built, or,
No.
Tolkien made this great world. Think about it. If you've ever once come up with a story, right? Like, even when you were 5, right? Just any kind of story. That is technically a world building process, because you're coming up with the story.
Yeah, you're coming up with the world that story came on.
It is a 5-year-old story.
That world is based in.
Yeah.
That the story is based in. Ugh. Yeah.
So, everybody has done it. Whether you realize it or not, you've probably built a story. Unless you've literally never told a story ever.
So, I think another thing that we could call world building is playing pretend.
Yeah, it's a big game of playing pretend for people in the future. That's all world building is.
Yeah, creating something that doesn't exist, and with the hopes that somebody's going to play in it or read in it, immerse themselves in it. So that's world building. So we're going to be focusing on world building in this campaign that we're making, but we're also going to be focusing on actually making the mechanics of how we're going to bring this world to life. Whenever you're playing a campaign in an existing system and you're doing homebrew campaign where you're building that world that it's going to be based in, the mechanics aspect, you already know the mechanics going into it. So you can...
You roll a d20 for a skill check. That's a mechanic.
Or that skill checks are a thing that you have to roll a luck roll in order to know if your character knows about something or can see something.
All of that is mechanics.
Or can stealth through somewhere. You already know those mechanics going in, so you can kind of make your world around those mechanics. But we're doing it a little differently in that we're making the mechanics alongside the world. And if we have an idea for the world that we really like, we can make a mechanic to go along with it. Which is a weird thing that I have never
even attempted it.
Never tried, never got...
So that's a lie. Technically, we did. We did do it once. Because we did try to make that board game. Technically, we still can. Just saying, because we have all the people. And rules for characters. That's all mechanics.
Okay,
so we did technically do that once. But that's a slightly different version. So, that's a smaller scale of what this is. So
board game we tried to make a card game at one point, based on characters from your D&D game, which were characters that you made from scratch. And we won't really go much into that right now because I don't remember off the top of my head all of what we were doing for it. I have it written down in a document somewhere, but that was our first attempt at...
I have it on...
Yeah.
Google Excel.
That was our first attempt at kind of making a game, but that was a whole different type of game. That was more of a cardboard game.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is our first time of really trying to attempt stuff like that, and because this is a cool experiment and creation process, we wanted to document it, and we wanted to involve other people with it.
Share it with everybody.
Yeah, share it with people. And if they had suggestions, let them provide input.
We are very much open to it. This can be anything from, oh, you've played this game before, and not like this game, obviously, but you've played X game before, and you really enjoyed this thing. Tell us about it. Let us know how it went. Like, what are the kind of rules that it had? And we'll see if we can fit it into our game, if it really has a place for us. Because unfortunately, not every rule is going to make it in. It's just not how.
Yeah.
Games
work. Once we play test it, or we play it to test. Play test is a really easy word to describe.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of says what it is. Once we play to test.
It pretty much exactly is exactly as it says. It's a play test. You test it by playing it.
Yeah. And another reason why we would like to stream this and record it, share it with people, is because we want people to play this game once we make it. We don't want to just be the only ones who play it. If we make a really cool system, we want to share it with people. And once we have the system, even though the system's going to be first based in this world that we're making, we've talked about, we kind of want to make a system where we can make other worlds that exist, that can be played in the system. We don't want to limit it to you can only play X system if you're playing the world of Materia, which is the world we're making.
We don't want Materia to be the only thing here. You can tell so many different stories because the world of Materia, I'm everything that I have, this is all pretty much one continent. So if there are 7 continents in your world, you could have a different campaign for every single continent.
Yeah.
If you wanted.
Like, my Dungeons & Dragons campaign that I'm running right now takes place in the same overarching world as yours.
My first one.
Your first one, Tape. Now, keep in mind, his first one was very
loose.
Loose as far as, like, the set, like, this is everything that exists in the world. I've kind of taken the little things that he left with his and kind of expanded upon it. So now whenever he runs his next campaign in it, he can take from the stuff I've already established in mine and roll with it and make more things. It's kind of how the whole thing goes. You're constantly building a world, building a story. But and I'm sure we'll talk more about this. We'll figure this out more. In making the system, I kind of only don't even want to limit it to genre specific. So Dungeons and Dragons is very much fantasy based genre. And that most stories that you tell with Dungeons and Dragons, the way the mechanics are made is made for fantasy characters. So it has a really heavy magic system. So if you're playing a campaign that there's not a lot of magic in it or spells in it, which is kind of what we're doing for this one, the mechanics of Dungeons and Dragons aren't really made for that, and you miss out on some major balance in the gameplay. So that's one of the main reasons why we don't really want to use Dungeons and Dragons for our game. Is because of that world that we're making has a soft magic system, and that players aren't going to really use magic because it's more this mystical thing. So we want to make a system where you don't have to rely on magic as much. So Dungeons and Dragons fantasy-based system, magic, fantastical races like elves, dwarves, gnomes, all those different things. Versus Mutants and Masterminds, which is the one that he's running right now, is a more sci-fi superhero based genre. So think like, Marvel, DC, where a lot of the theming is based on making superheroes. A lot of the traits you get are either from technology or powers that your people have. Now, of course, you could probably bend that where you can say the powers are magic and therefore you can base it in a fantasy world. But some of the stuff as written, rules as written, or rules like how they have them written in the book, are for superheroes. So, genre-specific things. I'd say Dungeons and Dragons is a lot more genre-specific than Mutants. But those are the two systems that we've had experience in the most.
Two major systems we've had experience in.
Yeah. But I think our goal for doing this is not making it super genre-specific. And that...
this particular world is going to be genre-specific.
This world is, but the overarching system.
Yeah.
And the genre... What would you describe the genre of this world that we're making?
It's a little real. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna say it's fantasy because there are things in this world that are just fantasy. A lot of campaigns are going to have a little bit of a fantasy aspect to them. But I'm going to counter that within that fantasy world, there are going to be a lot of realism. So what I mean is, as far as magic is concerned, we have pretty much said there is no such thing as magic in this world.
Yeah.
There is this rare substance called materia, hence the name, World Materia. And that material pretty much flows through everything. And so people have found ways of taking different ore and different plants and using them to create potions.
Now, you might say, isn't that just a weird way of doing a magic system? Technically, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is a magic system, but we are basing it in alchemy. So there is not really magic as, D&D. There's not a fireball. It is a potion that creates a fireball-like effect.
Yeah. Now, technically, you could, if you're just doing that as written, as we're describing it, you could take D&D spells and flavor them or describe them a different way, where instead of casting a spell, you're doing a potion. I did that with one of my characters who was an alchemist. But
But that is very few people that actually like that is the actual class alchemist that do that. Not
yeah, I mean,
wizards don't do that all the time.
You can flavor anything,
Yeah.
but the effects of some of the spells are a little. We would have to ban a lot of spells, and once you ban so many spells, you kind of lose that balance.
Yeah, you kind of lose the fun out of some of those classes that can cast different things.
Because, like, what's the point of using this utility caster or this caster who can do all these spells that don't necessarily heal, don't necessarily damage, but do weird battlefield effects where you grow thorns or you deafen things. That's a utility caster. What's the point of playing that if half of my spells that make me good are gone?
Yep.
But player wise, that was what we landed on, was more of a alchemy system. The soft magic in the world, or the magic that's like more mystical, people don't know all the rules for it, is for villains.
Yeah.
For evil people.
And so even that's a little weird because because the majority of the bad guys you're going to be fighting are going to be following the same rules as y'all. It is very few people. There are 3 people that this falls in line with. There is Valent. He is the creator of materia. He is the ruler. He owns everything. If he just flicks his wrist, everything's done. There is Cabal. Cabal is the evil counterpart to Valent. And I do say counterpart because he is definitely a counterpart. And then I don't even remember the other guy's name. This is why we have this. There is
Esotai.
The Esotai. The Esotai is a neutral party that works for Valent, and his entire job was to keep the materia away from the world. Cabal said, "No, I'm taking some materia and leaving." And so he did. When he left, he took some bits of materia and released them basically into the world. And his gear, everything was based on this substance of materia. So those 3 kind of define the people that use magic in this world. There is not many people that outside of those 3 really know the lengths and capabilities of materia. They've learned over time that it has uses, but they don't know everything there is to know about it for sure. Whereas these three would be pretty much the only 3 people that do understand the entirety of what materia is.
And so that's one of the, when we were first building the world, building the deities in this world, and these are the closest thing to deities or like very powerful people. I just equate them a lot more to like wizards in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Who I guess are technically angels in the Silmarillion.
So in the Silmarillion, technically the wizards are actually angels. Yeah. There were, I believe, 9 of them, or 8 of them, I think, one of those 2, that actually came to Middle Earth to watch over everything. So when they brought in Radagast the Brown, that's one of the wizards that not many people actually know about unless you read the books and such. But there's somebody who's blue. I think there's a red one. So, like, there are some pretty neat wizards in there, and they all have their own little domain that they run. Gandalf is a very interesting one because he kind of just watches over everything. Saruman was actually the leader of said wizards. So he was actually like the chief angel, who then went to the dark side.
And then
So.
Sauron was also one,
so
right?
Sauron was I don't think he was a wizard ever. He was an angel. He wanted to create things that he wanted to create. So their version of God said, "Nope, get out," and kicked him out. Forced him to crash into the world. And basically said, "No, you need to go get buried underneath all that rock for us." So that's kind of what happened there. And it's very much, the god and devil. That's what Sauron is. Sauron is the equivalent to the devil. Said, "Nope, I want to create things I want to create," and God said, "No." So Cabal in this case is, he didn't necessarily want to create anything. He just wanted to go do things that Valiant wasn't cool with, and Valiant said, "Oh, all right." But Cabal didn't. Cabal never actually got kicked out. He left. He left on his own accord. Whereas in this case, Esotai, he got kicked out in quotation marks, because Valiant said, "Hey, you were supposed to be watching this. Go get it back." So he was voluntold that he had to leave until he got the materia back, which meant Cabal needed to get basically brought back, because Valiant isn't really vengeful. He doesn't want things dead. Cabal kind of wants things dead because it's more fun that way. But this Valiant is not like, "Oh, I hate him, I never want to see him again." He's like, "No, I want my stuff back." That's what he is.
Now, we're also keeping in mind, so this is the current, like the base ideas we have for these things. Over time, they're gonna change. They might not even be called all these, like the names that you're calling them right now.
Yeah.
By the time we're actually like ready and you're ready to run it, they might be called something different. They might be a different gender than what we're describing right now.
Okay, so I also want to clarify that as well. For these three in particular, pretty much genderless. Everybody else could easily change genders, but if I am referring to Valiant as he or she, does not matter. It is universal gender for these three in particular. Nobody really knows what gender they are. They may look like a guy, they may look like a girl. I haven't decided yet. I don't know what they look like. I just have names for them.
But basically, what I'm saying is nothing's set in stone right now. So we're describing things, but that's just our base ideas. As we're gonna be working on this and getting people suggestions and such, things will get changed.
Yep.
But I think it'll be good to first kind of describe what our goals in the overall system, like what we're trying to accomplish with it. And I have brought our keyboard forward so we can type out on screen what these are. But I think we recently talked about this, and
nice. Not much is going on. Don't worry about it.
Just saying that our current ideas for characters might not be the same as how they end up with. We might think that this person had this idea for this person, and then at the end it'll be a totally different person.
Yep.
The person at first we have pictured as this, really this general that we thought of is a really like gruff, like he's got a gruff patchy beard guy. At the end we're like, you know what, actually it works better if this is a girl.
This would be so much cooler if they were a girl.
This works so much better if this was like a granny that was doing this. So just because we're describing something right now doesn't mean that's how it's gonna stay. It's basically everything's very very subject to change. However, I really don't think our base rules for this, like base what we want to accomplish out of this world, will change, which is our goals. And actually, let me zoom in a little bit for y'all. A little too much. There we go.
Yeah. First and foremost, I think the goal of this campaign, this world, let's start with the very generic, right? It's got to be fun. If it's not fun, it's not gonna work.
If you're playing something, you want it to be fun. Let's make this a little bigger. We're gonna do Comic Sans. No, we're not gonna do
Comic Sans is awesome.
Comic Sans.
Did I get it? Did I do it? Did I do it right?
We'll do Arial. Arial's a nice font. Arial and Helvetica.
Oh,
I took a graphic design class in school. We spent a whole class examining the letters in Helvetica and having to cut them out with an X-Acto blade to look at the design of the letters. But yeah, any game that you play, you want it to be fun for the people. Because what's the point of playing if you're not having fun? Yeah, you want it to be fun for the person who's running it and for the players, and that's one of our like our biggest goal. That's goal number one.
Uh-huh.
And I'll do it like put this in the middle, put it in bold.
Nobody cares about that right now.
I care. Goal number one, we want it to be fun.
Number two, so the biggest thing for me, really for even Lord of the Rings, right, is you kind of get immersed into that world. Now, immersion, what it is, you kind of forget that you're not in that game.
Or not in that movie. So, like, if you're watching a movie at a movie theater, you know, the whole point of a movie theater is to get you immersed into the world with this, you know, surround sound.
You kind of forget that everything else is around you. The
dark lights, the big screen. Yeah, they want you to forget, everything else is around you. You want to feel like you're in that world.
Yeah.
That's immersive storytelling.
Yeah. So, and honestly, the biggest thing that comes from immersion, right? So we're gonna put immersive.
Is that how you spell it?
Yes.
Oh, it looks like it is. Good job.
All right. The one downfall to. Oh, interesting. Okay, so you guys can't actually see that. Cool. Neat. All right. So the thing that comes from immersion is this right here. So what this is one of the biggest flaws that I have seen from D&D is its combat system. Its combat system, especially for fighters or for people that melee fight, right? They don't really have much going for them. They have a sword and a shield or two swords, right? And that's what they do. They swing, and then they're done. So that's what they do. For them, their turn lasts, 10 to 20 seconds, depending on what's going on.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's basically like in Dungeons and Dragons, you're up against Goblin 3. This is the third Goblin in the gang. What do you do, fighter? So the fighter will probably have a sword. They could have any kind of
sword, axe,
weapons,
whatever.
But for this example, they're gonna have a sword, and they can attack with that sword. So they're gonna say, GM, I want to attack with my sword. The GM's going to be like, how original.
Great, roll.
They roll their attack. Either they'll roll above a certain number and hit the thing, at which point they roll damage and see how much they hit for. and hope that the thing's not immune to their damage or resistant, and thus having or not even having
taking the damage.
Yeah, not even taking the damage. Or they'll roll, it'll be a really low number, and the GM will say that does not hit, and the fighter will be like, cool.
Yep.
That's my turn.
That is the end of that person's turn.
Now I gotta wait until everybody else does their cool stuff, and then it'll come along to me again, and I'll do the same exact thing.
Exactly. And so one of the biggest things is really every game, the more the players are involved, the better. So this doesn't even just end with combat. This is everything. So you're walking around town. What are you doing? The more in detail that the GM can provide for the players, the more the players will get immersed into that world. They'll see the world basically around them, and they'll want to go explore. They'll want to go talk to person. They want to go do things, and this is what makes TTRPG games so much more fun than regular games.
Yeah,
regular
like
games,
video games.
You know, like video games. Cool. You're in a game. You already know the world. It's super immersive. Everything is great. There's a story to it. Mm-hmm. There's a story to TTRPG, but everything is imagination. You have to visualize the world as it's being described.
Now, you can utilize supplements like getting really in detail, getting little miniature figures, making maps on the table, and all that to give immersion to the world. Like this is what you look like, but still you have to imagine like this is my person walking around, what this shop is going to look like. Because most of the time the GM's not going to have every single map built, especially if the players are really like, we want to go in an opposite direction that the GM has not planned out at all.
Exactly.
So you have to do some theater of the mind, as the terminology is, where you have a little theater in your mind and you see all the different people walking around. You play a movie in your mind.
Yeah. And that's where the GM comes in. Is the GM has to provide that.
And the player. So it's, I would say the way that people get more immersed into things is when the backstory of their characters really plays into the world, and you play into, like, you make the people care about it. Which is also, it's a GM thing too, but sometimes when you're running big games or things don't work out right, it starts lacking in that. Now the GM can pick up on that and try to fix it. But certain mechanics that are in place in games that we've, like Dungeons and Dragons with the fighter, I would say no matter what the story is and stuff, sometimes you're still going to run into that stall.
Yeah.
There's ways to fix it within 5e, of course, but we just want to try to build our game with that in mind.
Yeah.
That we want to make it feel like every action that a person does is impactful and can be visualized, and
we need to figure out a way to fix that.
Yeah, we're gonna figure out the music. This is our first really go around having music in the background of a stream.
And by the way, the reason we did this is because Pokemon kind of has its own music.
Yeah.
So we needed something to kind of fill the blank void of
sound.
Background.
Yeah. Blank void of background sound. Probably for future streams we're gonna use Spotify.
Yeah.
We don't have Spotify Premium right now, so I'm gonna be real with you. That's the whole reason why we're trying to mess with YouTube, is because we don't want to have ads for you.
Yeah.
Every however many minutes it does.
Every 9-10 minutes.
Yeah. Because that'd get annoying really quickly. So.
Well, hi. How are you? He wanted to come join, so I'm gonna let him kind of chill up here with me.
But yeah, player engagement. We want people to feel like the world is impactful, and get immersed in it.
Um, and so player engagement is super critical, in my opinion, to the game. Um, so, yeah.
Other things that we're trying to accomplish with it is we want it to be
He's gonna chill down here, guys. If you guys want to see him, just let me know. All right.
we want it to be player friendly. Oh, play friendly.
Okay. Player friendly. So what this is, we want this to be a game that, like, so for example, we are a little more veteran-ish.
We've been playing for how many years? Like 4 years?
4 years.
That's what we said?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some people, if Dungeons and Dragons has been around since like the 70s, 80s, people have been playing for like 10 to 30, 40 years.
There's probably people that have been playing for 40 years.
Yeah. So we're still relatively new. We're not complete noobs to the system.
Yeah, we understand, how to cast spells, how to fight, all that good stuff.
But there are people that we know that haven't played a lot, and we would like to, if they want to play a session of this, where they don't feel like they're being overwhelmed with stuff, where it's feels like they can get into it pretty fast. But we also want
veteran players to
not be bored, but also whenever they're playing, and it goes along with the whole player engagement stuff. We don't want the mechanics to bog down your enjoyment of it. My idea for mechanics is to have those mechanics kind of flow off of the role play aspect of it, where you feel like what you're doing in character, you can describe using mechanics without it feeling like. So in Dungeons and Dragons, everybody has hit points, or HP, which is the amount of damage your amount of life, the amount of damage you can take before your character dies or gets close to dying. People in the game aren't really supposed to know that I have 20 HP.
Yeah, it breaks the immersion because characters don't know what HP is. What? You don't know how much HP you have? You're just a person.
You can run into problems with that breaking immersion too, especially if you play healers. That's like, I just healed you for 6 HP. Okay, I don't know what HP is in character.
Yeah. So, hey, I healed you for blah blah blah. Great. It takes a little bit of the immersion out of it because you have to kind of break character for a brief second to just let the other person know, hey, this is what I did.
Or saying like, I dealt 5 damage to the Titan. Okay, well, how much HP does he have left? He looks a little damaged. So, I mean, like, keeps players guessing, but then it's like trying to describe to the GM, like, oh yeah, I did, 5 hit points of damage. It's like still kind of pulling back from that immersion a little bit.
Yeah.
So basically having mechanics that you can describe the mechanics.
Exactly. Yeah, having to talk like that pretty much constantly.
Yeah.
Every single person's turn is, oh, I did 10 damage, I did 30 damage on this attack. This person healed me for 15, HP. Yeah, it really breaks the character. Yeah.
And if you're being drawn back from, immersion so much, you start going into that whole player engagement problem where if somebody's turn just consists of them saying, I deal 5 damage, I don't deal any damage because I rolled a nat 1 or a natural 1 in D&D. If you roll a 1 on the 20-sided dice, it's an automatic fail, and sometimes you can, like, do worse things with it, like drop your weapon or accidentally hit an ally. So if you're playing I've got a story about that I'm not going to go into today. That'll be something for the future.
Yeah.
But if you're constantly doing that, and if you're a character that's only, doing damage like that instead of a person who casts spells who can describe like I'm gonna shape my fire that I create into this thing and
Mhm.
more immersive, then you start losing that player engagement. At least in our experience,
Yeah.
especially when you play with a lot more people and you're having to wait like 10 minutes before it comes back around to your turn to do something, and the only thing you're doing on your turn is like rolling a dice to see if you hit and then just saying I deal this amount of damage.
Yeah. And so I think part of what we're going to try to do for combat is kind of take away from all the different roles that you can, possibly do. And I like, personally as a GM, I love when things are described. I like describing things. I like getting things described to me. So if you're gonna take a hack at somebody, tell me how you hack at them. Don't just say, "Oh, I swing my sword." That's not fun. That's Yes, everybody swings their sword. That's exactly what you guys are doing. But like, do you do a roll and then you swing upwards into their arm? Like, tell me.
Mm-hmm.
Be fun with it.
So we'll have a whole stream of this, probably actually multiple streams of it probably, where we talk about the mechanics of combat.
Yeah.
So what we're doing right now is just general descriptions and talking about our goals, overview of the world. But one of the examples that we've been talking about that I came up with for combat is instead of doing like you do X amount of damage with the sword or whatever, that each weapon has a action that you can take with it, and or
a set of maneuvers is
a maneuver system of combat where like your players know X amount of maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
You're either proficient in the maneuver and can use it, or you're not proficient in the maneuver and can't do it. Kind of based after like, okay, if I was given a sword, well, I could probably swing it. I could probably try to poke somebody with it, but I'm not trained to do the specific slash method.
Yeah.
With it.
I think the easiest one to probably go with would be something like, let's go with a staff, right? Staffs are long sticks. That's all they are. They can be metal, they can be wood, does not matter. It's a stick.
Mm-hmm.
And there are a lot of things you can do. You can swing a stick, so you could take the swing action, right? However, you could also trip somebody because, again, it's a long stick, so you could reach around and try to take somebody's leg out from under them.
Yeah.
If you're proficient in it, cool. You go and try to trip somebody. Awesome. Like, and then that kind of gives the players a way of being like, oh yes, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to swing my staff, kind of around the person and hit them in their, hit them in the back of the legs. I'm attempting to take their legs out from under them. That's a way of saying, hey, look, this is what I'm doing, without saying, hey,
rather than being like, I'm going to fire my weapon just in general without really, I'm just going to swing my sword. It doesn't matter where I'm swinging at. I'm just swinging my sword and doing damage versus like, okay, I have to feel like I'm in the character. I know I want to take my weapon and I want to try to slash at his eye to try to blind him or try to stab at this weak point in his armor or something like that. Like, that's the difference, I feel like, being more immersed in it, where you actually have to pay more attention to the game and feel like, okay, based on everything that's happened, this is something I think I can do. I know that I can do all these things with my weapon. I can swing, I can stab, I can do this. I'm gonna plan together this attack and then do that. We're also talking about not having hit points.
Yeah.
So Mutants and Masterminds doesn't have hit points, so it doesn't have like this character has 200 health. Everybody, for the most part, can take 4 injuries. Each attack does X amount of injuries.
It's based on fail and pass of the D20. Every 5 points lower than the attack roll, you take an injury. So one attack from somebody could take you out completely. It could also leave you with a minor scratch.
Mm-hmm. But it's all based on an injury system, and once you take 4 injuries,
you're down. You're in the
down.
hospital.
Yeah, you're basically you start dying. So that makes combat a lot scarier in some ways because you don't have like these 400 points buffer. No characters really have 400 points. I'd say, yeah, I'd say mainly like the highest you'll get is like
like 130, right? Yeah, exactly.
But most characters will have like 5 to I'd say like maybe 60, and most games probably go to that. Sometimes 100, because a lot of games don't go to the upper levels in it. Most games will go from like level 1 to level 10. Yeah. I would say. I'm just running a campaign right now with 18th level characters who all have over 100 hit points, I think. So I'm used to the high numbers and them being able to tank a lot of damage, or withstand a lot of damage. That's what tank. Try to describe the terms if you're not familiar with the genre. Whenever I think of a term that might be hard to understand or something of that sort. But that's System of Mutants and Masterminds. Is you can tank 4 injuries, and then you're down. The current idea with this system that we're making is not even having injuries of that sort, like where you would have like 4 injuries or something like that, or hit points. More like you have different body parts and you have a little drawing of your character in your sheet, and whenever you take damage to like your arm, you aren't able to use your proficient arm.
You're gonna have an injury to that arm, just like you would in real life.
So it's a lot more immersive, and since that's a lot of like rules to think about and not as simple you would think, that's where we're kind of weighing that player friendly aspect, and that we still want to make it where it's easy for people to play and understand, but we want to make it immersive in that. So that's something, especially when we start play testing it, that we're going to be trying to figure out if we've gone too far into mechanics. But the idea is that the reason it would be player friendly is because if you're in character, like thinking from that mindset, it kind of rolls right off of that and it makes sense. You're not having to think about all these like weird out there mechanics. You think like, if I get attacked in my arm, if I am not able to use my arm, well then logically, if this is the arm that I used to fight with, I won't be able to carry my weapon. I'll either be using my bad hand, which I won't be able to attack as hard with, or I just won't be able to fight. I'm out of combat. So that's the current idea right now. I don't know all the systems, but I don't really know of a system in my...
I haven't done any world building yet.
Yeah. Well, this is general.
Yes.
General overview game building session.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really know of one that has that approach to combat. And that being said too, we had determined that combat heavy system versus more roleplay heavy system, what we're trying to focus on is more of the storytelling aspect of it, more than we don't want to make it I don't know enough about Warhammer to really describe Warhammer a lot, but from what I understand, Warhammer is a lot more of a army versus army. You're in combat. You're not doing as much, like you go to the local restaurant and talk to people, and that devolves into political espionage or what have you, where you're not even like touching a weapon for like 2 games that you're playing. versus like a system where you're like, oh, you're just trying to maneuver your armies and such.
Yeah.
I think we had landed more on the emphasizing storytelling, aka role playing, which goes along, I think, with the immersive.
Yeah, the thing is, these all may look fairly similar, and that's because they are. But you have to think, the more player engagement, the more immersed the players are, the better the storytelling from both the player and the GM, from the players and the GM. Um, that's what makes the game fun for everybody. Because it's a lot more impactful when you fail something and you're like, oh no, I really did just screw this up, instead of like, oh dang, I missed, oh darn, my character's gonna die.
Yeah.
Right. The storytelling part of it is kind of what makes everything tie together, and the fun for the GM and the players.
And that's really like, as you're saying, like the difference that you get from playing a tabletop role playing game versus playing a video game or watching a movie is that you're a character in this, so your actions have impact. You can change how the story goes in no predetermined way. It's like your destiny is not predetermined like it is in a video game, or like when you're watching TV. It's like you can decide what you do, anything you can think of, and it fits within the mechanics. The character can do. If you want your character to walk up and punch the barkeeper,
you can.
Then you can. If you want them,
as long as you are willing to accept the risk of punching a barkeep or the reward, because who knows, the barkeep could have been a scoundrel who's been stealing from, everybody, right? If you go up and punch that barkeep, everybody's gonna love you because treasure's gonna fall out and he's gonna be like, oh no, no, that's totally mine. And everybody's like, yeah, that's my stuff. Or he could be the world's friendliest barkeep. You just have a wrong notion about him, so you go up and punch him, and now the entire bar hates you, so good luck.
Or if you want your character to go over to the windowsill and examine how much dust has accumulated because you're not sure about the cleanliness standards of this tavern.
There's a story behind that too.
You can make yourself into a health inspector if you really want to. If you want to look under every table in the tavern and see if someone left some gum underneath it, you can do that. Like, you can do anything. If you want your character's goal in life to be, I want to find the best food from every tavern. I want to go to every tavern across this land and 100% try all the dishes and be a food critic. Then I must be hungry. I keep mentioning food. But you can do that. Like, you're not set by predetermined limits. Sometimes the GM will hate you for that if their concept for their game was not foodie tour around this fantasy realm. But a good GM will roll with it and kind of, if that's what their players want to do, that's what we're doing now. The story I've come up with, I'll implement it somehow around it, or I'll make what you want to do part of the story. I'll take this element I had come up with, and now it's this thing instead.
I think the last one we've definitely already talked about, and we just haven't put it on here. It kind of goes along with player friendly, but it's this, and you're gonna see the term fun a lot, I promise. But it's gonna be unique and fun mechanics. The reason I say that is because you're always going to have problems with your mechanics. The best thing that you can do is try and limit it in the same old way. You don't want it to be the same thing every single time.
You don't want to just be sitting there and, rolling that 20-sided dice to see if your guy's gonna hit. You want it to be you want to have different things you're doing to spice it up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. But you also can't go, like we said, so heavy into mechanics, where you spend 10 minutes trying to do one thing.
In Dungeons and Dragons sometimes has that problem where there's certain spells that it takes 10 minutes for somebody to read the spell and be like, so is this how this is used? Maybe. What does scrying do again? How do I cast scrying?
Yeah, there's different ones where like they seem like they would do pretty much the exact same thing, but the wording on it is what makes it seem that way. But then if you go and ask, the internet, hey, what's the difference between this and this? They will give you two very different answers. And you're like, but the wording says this, and this one says this. And they're like, yeah, well, what it means is, okay, but why doesn't it just say that then?
Yeah.
Why does it have to be confusing? Why do you have to know what scrying is?
Yeah, and I think rules lawyer, and that's what a lot of people call it, which is we're only going by what the rules say. I'm a lawyer for the rules. I am going to look through every rule.
And those people can go somewhere else.
I think that can sometimes it can be fun because you're trying to like figure out exactly what it is, but a lot of times everybody will hate you because you just took up 30 minutes of the 3 hours a week your friends have to play this and kind of distract them from real life. With just mechanics and not actually being able to play. So in doing, I'm gonna add a couple things on here, and unique and fun mechanics. I also want custom
CUS.
Visible.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a bad speller. I rely on autocorrect a lot. Yeah, customizable. I don't want to be bogged down with the whole this is how it's written, so that is exactly how it needs to be done. I want to leave some stuff up to interpretation where just because we play it this way doesn't mean you don't have to play it a different way. If it works better for your table to play that this way, then that's how it's going to work.
So I think we can go and talk about this. So for our alchemy potions, technically we have like 6 or 7 different ways a potion can be used. So for some of them, you can ingest them, and what it does is it does exactly what it does, but to you. So if for some reason you decide that you want to drink a potion of fireball, right? You would have a fireball go off inside of you. It will hurt a lot. But if you drink a potion of healing, you will heal. But we also have throwing potions. So if you take that same potion of healing, right, and you chuck it on the ground, it may create a AoE of lighter effect on the ground, where it can heal up to like 4 people that are standing in it. So you kind of have a variety of what that same potion can do over different things. You can use it as more of an ointment if you wanted to. So you could rub it on your buddy and poof, now they're healed. Things like that.
So, and that's just stuff that we thought about for how we might run potions with it. But I would like to leave it open too. That's like, okay, we have all these different ways. Well, somebody running this game might decide, you know what? I don't like the idea of having AoE healing potions, and in this game, only these potions can do that effect. Well, I want to make it where you don't always have to go with what we have written, that it is encouraged to break the rules as you see fit or reinterpret the rules. There's not just one way to play it. So customizable rules.
And the way we're gonna do it is for each potion we're basically gonna make a list of what types in our campaign, in the World of Materia, they are going to be able to be used for. So, not every potion of healing can be thrown on the ground. If you throw it on the ground, you've wasted a potion of healing. There will be certain ones that can be thrown, can be ingested, can be used as an ointment. Ones that are more mist-like. So you basically just release it, throw it into the air, and it just creates a mist kind of thing. So different things will have different potions will have different ways it can be used.
Yeah. And of course, with all that being said, too, when you're in game and you're encountering these potions, the idea would be the different ways that they're being used would immerse you more in the story, because that's how they exist in the world.
Yeah, we're basically we are trying to give you a jumping point to immerse yourself and give us how you're doing it. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what we're aiming for, is not making it so that you have to come up with every single detail about what you're gonna do. You know, if we give you the trip rule, tell us how you trip somebody, explain it. If you're going to throw a potion into the air, don't just say I'm going to throw a potion into the air. Say, hey, I'm pulling a potion of healing, uncorking it, throwing it into the air, and mist starts falling everywhere. Yeah. Right? Like, we're giving
describing
you those
how you're gonna utilize
we're giving you those talking points.
Yeah. Story starters.
Exactly.
Action starters. So customizable rules, but also customizable characters. Now, in just about every tabletop system that you play, you're gonna customize your character. You're not just gonna play Bob Joe. That's a weird one.
Jim Bob.
Jim Bob.
Jim Bob's the more common one.
Yeah, Jim Bob. Joe Schmo is the
Tommy
word the one I've been using. I've seen other ones.
Yeah.
We have a test system at work that we have a bunch of like generic names in it. One of them's Sam Smith, and
yeah, there you go.
Different things that are just like fake people that we use to test out things on. But any system that you have, you're gonna have some levels of customization. But I think something that we found in Mutants and Masterminds that we liked a lot better than Dungeons and Dragons is with Mutants and Masterminds, you can just about make, at least how we played it, you could make any power you wanted for your character. So it's like, oh, if you want to have a character who has weather abilities, well, you can make that. Mm-hmm. If you want to have a character that can teleport, you can make that. If you want a character that has portals that do all these really complicated mechanics, you can do that. Mm-hmm. You can make it as a power as complex as you want or as simple as you want. And I really like that. But in Dungeons and Dragons, the way you make your character is there are written classes that give you certain features, there's written races that give you certain features, and there's written backgrounds that give you certain features. You pick X, X, and X, and that is how your character's played. If there's something in the class that you don't like how it's played, for example, clerics. Clerics are more of holy casters. They're like priest, is another term in fantasy that's used for clerics, or white mages. Yeah. Even though not all of them heal, white mages are typically healers. But for the most part, clerics are healers. But one of the features that clerics get at second level is to turn undead, which is the ability to hold up their holy symbol, and all undead that surround them within a certain radius get frightened and run off. Is the gist of it. Yeah. Which is a really fun, cool mechanic, right? If there's undead in your game, not every game will have undead with it.
It is based on undead.
Yeah.
So you may get a certain section that's undead, but not all of it.
Or there might not be any undead because your GM might just not want to add undead into the game, or the world of the game just doesn't work for undead. So you have this whole class feature that is based on a mechanic that you might not even encounter. So this is the reason why I haven't really wanted to play a cleric in the past, is because if I don't know that undead is going to be in the game, even though I mean you get other things, but that's like one whole section that's kind of unusable or very circumstantial, right? So you don't have the freedom to just say, "Hey, instead of this, I want to take this instead." So it's like that customizability that it's missing.
Yeah.
People break that with like multi-classing into like I want to take so many levels into this class, so many levels into this class, so that way I can kind of choose the features I want, but it's not very viable, I would say.
It is. Some of them are. Some multi classes are much more viable than others.
And sometimes it gets really complicated.
Yeah.
I multi-classed for one of my characters.
Your multi-class was psychotic.
But
she not only multi-classed, but she also split personalities.
Yeah, it.
And I think that person was also a multi-class, wasn't it?
No, it was only one.
No,
class,
that was one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a warlock.
Okay.
Who is a spellcaster who gets their power from a patron. That's what a warlock is. But anyway, they can get complicated, and I think we want to encourage that creativity of you can make whoever you want, right? But we still want to have things that people can choose from, because like sometimes when you tell people, okay, you can be whoever you want, they're like, I want to be, I don't know, and that's not really player friendly whenever you have that, especially for new people who have never played something before, because when you can say, you can do whatever you want, they'll be like, what can I do, though?
Yeah.
Like, give me options. So, our current idea, our current idea with characters is to do something that a lot of video games do, and make a skill tree system.
We're going to make a skill tree system. This will probably be the most complex part of the game. And this is on our end and on the player's end, because... So, I love skill trees. Skill trees are so much fun, right? And for me, because I'm not a competitive gamer in pretty much anything, I don't usually care about skill trees. I just like, cool, this one looks fun, bump, 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 and I just, okay, look, more strength, yay me, right? And I hit things harder. That's what I do. But here's the thing: for people that sit and study the game day in and day out, they find the meta. What the meta is what is best for that particular type of person. So if you want to make, the strongest fighter you can, you take this, this, and this. And that's it turns out that every single fighter ever in existence is going to have this, this, and this, because that's just what works. It makes you the strongest, it makes you the highest defense, it means you have the most attacks, whatever the case may be that you're aiming for, that's what happens.
Yeah, so like in Dungeons and Dragons, different classes, which is, are you a wizard? Are you a rogue? Are you a fighter? What do you specialize in doing? They have different ability traits associated with them, like dexterity, so how dexterous, how agile you are, strength, how strong you are, wisdom, how wise you are, intelligence, how like book smart you are, things like that. And certain classes use some of those more than others. So like a fighter uses strength typically, strength or dex, depending on what type of weapons you use. A cleric, I just mentioned cleric before, they mainly use wisdom to cast their spells. Wizards use intelligence to cast their spells because they're more book smart versus the cleric that's more wise. Races, at least in base 5e, they're remaking 5e right now, 5th edition, so they're trying to fix this. The different races off the bat give you different bonuses to certain abilities. So like elves give you more dex. Dwarves give you more constitution. Constitution is how tough you are.
How hardy you are. How hard it is to get sick and things like that.
How hard it is for you, like how many hit points you have too, which is good for like fighters. So different races have different strengths to them. So if you make a dwarf barbarian, barbarians being the tanks.
Barbarians being the hard hitters.
The hard hitters and the tanks.
Yeah.
So, because dwarves get that extra constitution, it helps for barbarians versus a elf ranger or an elf rogue. Rogues using dex a lot. Since elves get bonuses to dexterity. I'm clarifying it. Since elves get bonuses to dexterity, rogues use dexterity a lot. It works. It doesn't work as well to do a dwarf rogue because you're already starting at a disadvantage. Even though you might come up with this cool concept for, oh yeah, my dwarf, he went against his clan and he grew up in the city and he had to steal a lot and that wasn't his home, whatever you want to do. Or your elf who is like the protector of their clan, so they decided to become this like strong barbarian guy.
Technically it's possible.
It's possible. It's just because of the fact that it's not optimal.
More people don't do it.
People don't play it, and that discourages, cool role play and engagement, immersion. That's what you wanted to play, but by playing it, you're already being told by the system, no,
this is going to end much worse than you think it's going to. And so kind of what we're trying to do with our skill tree once we actually start making it, because that's going to be a whole different beast. That in itself is going to be its own world building process.
Yeah, and I think part of what we're going to do before we make the skill tree is figure out more about the world itself and what type of features we want to give people choices from. So that way we know.
Yeah. And so what we're going to try to do is make every skill viable.
Which is going to be hard.
It is.
That's going to take a lot of playtesting to figure out.
Unfortunately, there's going to be skills that just synergize really well with each other, and it's probably going to end up that's going to be the meta. But our goal is to make this game as anti-meta as I can. Because I don't want everybody to be the same character. I don't want carbon copies of each other. I want everybody to feel unique. I want everybody to feel like they can be a different person. That this game, even if all you were to do was play this particular game, that you can make your character any way you want and always have a different character to play. It's not always going to end up in, oh, I can cook, I can do this, and I can do this. I don't care. I don't want you to do that. I want you to be able to be like, yes, I'm a cook, and I can do this, and I can forage, and, I'm going to be the best forager in the world. Versus, I'm going to make this character, and I'm going to be able to cook, and now I'm going to be, the best defender in the world. Like, I want you to be able to mix up what you can do. I don't want you to be stuck doing the same 4 things on every single character, because that's not fun.
And I think this is a good time. Now, one note about this real quick before I segue into the next little bullet point on here is whenever we play your next, because we said that your next big campaign is going to take place in this world, whenever we play that one, we will still very much be play testing the system. It's not going to be finalized by any means anytime soon, because things like that take a long time to develop. We'll find out things from playing it, like doing in little sections versus playing it in the big thing that we would have never thought that this thing was broken and now we have to fix it.
Yeah.
Type thing. But you mentioned whenever you were describing builds of characters. You mentioned cooking.
Mhm.
And what we found in our systems that we played is cooking, crafting mechanics are very bare bones.
Yeah, it's usually I cook a meal, and that's pretty much the extent of cooking. Is I cook a meal.
Let's see.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to bring it back around to 3.
Don't you have to tab? No. Like,
He's gonna figure out how to get it, but the next bullet point's gonna be crafting.
how did you do it before? Hang on. Give me a second. We're gonna just do this, and then it's control that. That's what it is.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, there or next one?
Under
Like there? Or
there.
there?
B.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Crafting, and now we gotta scroll down a little bit because we're about to be off the screen. Okay, so crafting. So this is also, I don't know what's more lofty, is our attempts at doing skill tree or our attempts at trying to implement good crafting mechanics into a tabletop roleplay system.
I think they are both going to be very difficult to do.
So we went to a panel about role-playing systems last year, and we brought up this question of what are some good crafting mechanics in games, and the answer that we had gotten from the room, now this is just one room, this is not to say that this isn't the be-all end-all answer.
Yeah.
But what we had gotten as a general consensus is that crafting is hard whenever you're trying to immerse people in it and make it more like...
Crafting is a very hard thing to do.
That it's hard to have those specific, like, you need X and X item in order to make this, because then it takes away from the immersion a little bit, because then you just become like...
You become focused on, okay, I need to go get this.
Yeah.
So.
But at the same time, it's cool crafting. Like, the whole concept of having crafting in a game is something I've wanted to do for a while, because, like, it opens up a whole new world of possibilities, like making a chef as a character and being able to cook foods for your party and stuff like that without just describing some, like, concept off the top of your head that doesn't have any basis for it and it's not really viable.
Yeah.
Or being able to make your own, like, armor and items like that. Or, in this case, something big that's going to be is making potions. That if you're
it's pretty much the main thing.
Yeah, that if you're a potion brewer, that's going to be your job, is to make potions. So this is a mechanic that we really that's unique.
Yeah.
But we want to make it fun too, right? We don't want to make it where it's too mechanic heavy, and it's gonna be tricky. But that's part of the thing we're gonna be figuring out. We don't have the answer to it right now.
Not yet, but we're gonna get there.
That's part of the reason why we're gonna be doing these streams, is to talk these things out, talk them out amongst ourselves, and hopefully talk them out
with y'all.
Yeah, to see what your ideas are. And even once we post these places, even if you didn't tune into the stream live, then you could leave comments about things and spur off ideas. Maybe you're making something and it's doing a similar you're trying to do a similar thing with it. Well, maybe two mechanics line up really well, and now we're going to implement this mechanic and you're going to implement this mechanic type thing.
Yeah.
So just because we don't have the answers to them right now doesn't mean that... I don't want that to discourage us from trying it.
Yeah.
At least just because we don't have it right now. So we want to make crafting a thing.
So I would say maybe do one more goal, but before the stream, so here probably in the next couple of minutes, I think we should head over to Materia.
Yeah.
And uh, we've been talking in general about games and how different systems work. Um, and I want to also throw this out there that if it sounds like we are bad mouthing these systems, we are not. We love D&D.
Oh,
We
yeah.
love Mutants and Masterminds. Great systems. That's why they're around. That's why they
That's
are
why
still here.
Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition is so popular because it is user friendly. It might have some issues, especially when you play them for so long and break them so much where you figure out those issues. But they're good game. Like, there's a reason there.
Yeah, there's a reason that there are 5 editions of D&D. It's because people like it. People play it.
People like it. People play it. People break it enough to figure out new mechanics and ways to do it.
I'm pretty sure Mutants Masterminds. I'm pretty sure this is second edition Mutants Mastermind. Third edition.
Third
yeah.
Edition.
So this is the 3rd edition of this game that we were playing. I had never heard of it before this, but
Pathfinder's on 2nd edition. Pathfinder's the game that you mentioned that you played, and Pathfinder was based after a earlier version of Dungeons and Dragons. That whenever they revised it, some people didn't like the way they revised it, so they made their own system.
So everything that we're saying negative about these games is not meant to discourage you from playing.
No, yeah.
Please go play them.
We'll still play in 5e once we make the system. We'll still play in Mutants.
They are so much fun. We just found things that we don't necessarily like and that we want to be able to change.
And
so that other people can enjoy the game too, if they find those same issues. Like, the biggest complaint I've ever heard with D&D is combat. People despise the combat
at least
system.
With our group.
Not always. But
I know it's not the same for everybody, but at least with our group. But we also don't. There's different ways you can run Dungeons and Dragons games. You can run very dungeon crawl heavy games where the only thing you do is go through different dungeons and solve puzzles and fight, and there's not that much role playing involved. And for some people, that's all they want to do. They like that. They like just going around solving puzzles and fighting. That's what they enjoy out of it. At least how both of us like DMing is less dungeon crawl heavy. I've tried to implement dungeon crawls in my game, and they can be fun. But I don't want to just play a whole game of that. I like more of the story heavy, which is why we want to make a system that's more, storytelling based. We both enjoy the stories that you can make out of it, the impact that you can leave on people in the games, how they can leave feeling like they accomplished this great feat or this really cool thing happened and they were a part of it, or like even like the tragedy that you can tell, like that their friend that they were really attached to died and now they have to overcome that.
And that's the really cool part of honestly TTRPGs to me is especially when I GM. I love seeing the looks on players' faces.
That's why it's hard. You can play via online, but we love playing in person, or at least we haven't played with webcams before. I feel like webcams could be fun.
Yeah. But I love seeing the looks. So not every session you play is going to be an absolute banger, right? It's just not.
It's not gonna be a Star Spangled Banger.
Shush. But you can always tell when you've had a good session because kind of at the end of it, it's not your friends, your players don't want to leave. They want to
sit there and talk.
They want to sit and talk about it. What just happened? Like, oh my goodness, something just happened. Now I have to wait to go do it again.
I know. Or like we just ended in the middle of this big thing and now.
Yeah, so it's a lot of fun when you see that.
Or whenever you have your players that start making chats without the GM in them to try to plot against the GM in order to come up with an idea and not tell the GM about it beforehand because they don't want the GM to come up with a way to.
Don't necessarily recommend this.
We've had a couple of them for his game.
Yes, they have. Of which I think maybe one has worked.
Yeah.
Just pointing that.
Yeah.
In fact, it was honestly absolutely hilarious because they did this to me 15-ish sessions into this Mutants and Masterminds campaign, where they came up with this great plan. Like, they had this all thought out. The second combat started, they did so great with this plan, and then 5 seconds later, it all broke down, and 2 of the people abandoned everybody.
Yeah, so, but the people were immersed in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the players were immersed in it enough to want to go work on stuff involving it outside of it. That's normally the GM or the game master's job, is to work on stuff outside, not the players.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that we enjoy, especially very early on in your game, but just in general, like after sessions, just riding in the car and talking about stuff to do with them, having that like that talk about like, okay, this is what just went down, as if it was real, you know, like. Yeah. If you leave that much of an impact on people, then it's
you kind of did you did this.
Yeah. Because
you made it fun for the GM, you made it fun for the players. They were immersed in it. There's engagement. There's engagement afterwards. The storytelling was compelling enough to make it fun. You didn't get bogged down by mechanics. Sure, you might have, but they didn't take away from the enjoyment.
Yeah. And we'll be talking about this more, because part of what this stream is, and I keep mentioning this, that we're still testing out stuff, and I'm getting ideas about future things we can do. I definitely want to do one in the future that's explaining, like, you know, RPG systems.
Yeah.
But a really cool thing about Dungeons and Dragons that has to do with the immersion or tabletop role-playing systems is that people can take issues in their lives or feelings in their lives and kind of implement that in their characters and work through it. It's almost therapeutic in some ways.
Yeah.
Where you realize that something that happened in the game reflects something in your life, and then it makes you sit back and think about it and be like, well, that's I don't know. I could probably talk more about it at some point, but it's therapeutic in some sense. Or like if you're shy, and this is a way that you can kind of come out of your shell, or be a little crazier than you normally would in real life. Take risks, try out things.
Mm-hmm.
Player immersion.
Yeah.
It all works with that, and it's part of what makes it fun.
Hey, how's it going?
So
hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're enjoying the stream. We are mainly coming up with some goals for what we're trying to accomplish here with this world that we're going to be building. We're actually about to hop over onto the world document, mainly because I'd like to
do a little bit on that.
I'd like to discuss the races with people that I have, kind of get some, potentially some feedback about them, things like that. Just chatting.
That's fair. We might.
Fair enough. We will definitely do that next time for sure.
Yeah. That is a good call. Good call.
Yes, please write that down.
Yeah, we're gonna write this down.
All right. That would make sense, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to be fair, most of this has been oh yeah, that's true. We can actually do that midstream.
Oh, that's fair. Would you like to change that midstream?
You know how to do midstream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Tabletop.
I had it up on here. I apologize. You can.
You were so close. I do actually appreciate it, Bobicus. I really do. Smart.
There we go.
I do appreciate the advice. This is why we're doing this, is because y'all know better than we do most of the time. So, you want to go ahead and hop over to the world? I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. But we were kind of in a transition point as far as like, and we'll come back to this.
Yeah, this is not the last time you'll see this. And this may honestly be one of those things that you see as we're going.
Yeah, because we might add new goals. We might decide that there's something that we didn't consider before.
Yep.
There's especially one part of the mechanics that I wanted to discuss more in the future, but that'll be for a future stream.
All right, so materia. It's a relatively new world.
Let's go back all the way up to the top of this document. Or you're about to discuss the races,
I'm mostly going to be discussing the races tonight. Okay, because I feel like that is currently what I have the most fleshed out, other than, like, human kingdoms. But as of right now, this is pretty much what I'm going to have for races within this new world.
So, one of our initial discussions on this, because remember, this was originally I want to run a
Lord of the
Rings to turning into this. What we were originally discussing too with this, and most of this original discussion happened at thank you for tuning in.
Thank you, Scampy.
And this will be recorded if you did want to watch.
Yeah, if you wanted to watch the rest of it.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate you joining. I hope you have a great night.
But something that we originally discussed at Buffalo Wild Wings was where we first had this discussion. Yeah. Whoever was in the restaurant at the time was probably very confused or didn't care. Was, do we have to have all the traditional races? Like, is what you want to run, is it super contingent on there being elves in the world, of there being dwarves in the world, of there being hobbits in the world, like, or is there different things you want to try out with your races?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've read a bunch of. I do a lot of research into world building and different storytelling stuff, and one of the tropes I've been challenged to break from is just going with there's elves, there's dwarves, there's etc. Yeah. So that's what I challenged you with, is what are some other ways we can do that? What is it about elves that you like that you would want to utilize in a new race? What is it about dwarves, etc.?
Yeah.
So the hardest one we found to break from is humans.
Yeah. There's not a good way to change humans, honestly, but it kind of did our best with this. So what I will start off with is most of these words are changes to actual words that exist. They're not English. Most of them are not English.
Most of them are words in different language that we totally butchered to make into new words.
And not necessarily completely. I did not butcher every single word.
No, yeah.
There are some words that are exactly as they are written.
Oh, we might butcher the pronunciation, though.
We will definitely butcher the pronunciation.
But that's because in this world, it's something different then.
Yep. So, for example, nombre. Nombre is actually a French word that means the many. And that is because humans tend to be a very numerous race. So the nombre are the humans of this world. They are a very numerous race that are fairly standard people. There's not something too unique about them. They're people. They're like us.
Yeah, and that's we're gonna use that terminology looking through these races that you have as written is like this is the equivalent of X.
Exactly.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they're one-to-one a copy of it, but this is kind of like we started with this one and then we broke it down into what we like, as I was saying. So
yeah,
Nombru are this world's humans. Yep. They're not exactly humans, but they're this world's version.
Exactly.
So if you wanted to read more of what you had written.
Nombrus are very general characters. They don't tend to stand out as far as a race is concerned. There are people that do stand out. For example, one of their people that was a Nombru was a hero named Maval.
You'll be hearing Maval's name a lot throughout this world because you've kind of ran with that for a lot of the Nombru kingdoms.
Yes, I did. He's a legendary hero, things like that. So there are people that do stand out amongst the Nombru. Not generally. Most of the time, they're Nombru. They're people. They're fairly average. Some are taller. Some are shorter. It just kind of depends. They do tend to have the largest kingdoms. Again, that's mostly due to their sheer numbers. That they have those large kingdoms. Unfortunately, in this world, they are no longer the controlling race. They still have very large kingdoms. That does not mean that they are in charge. I believe one of their kingdoms is a safe haven for a lot of races. That would be the closest thing to an in charge. The other two are kind of subservient to most other places right now because they're smaller and just aren't quite as equipped to handle the current world as it is.
I think it'd be good to just kind of describe what type of world it is too. So it was fantasy, but it's also a very much post-war type.
So this is fantasy post-war. I love the description of this podcast that we're listening to. It's the campaign after the campaign. There's already been a war. Things have already happened. This is what is going on afterwards.
Is kind of what this is based in.
Yeah.
There was a war in the past. People are still trying to rebuild from the war, and another war is about to happen. So it's World War II. if you're gonna use a world equivalent, but the actual type of stylized that we're looking at right now is less of like medieval times and more of like Victorian era, more of the steampunk almost.
Which is weird because a lot of the things that you're going to see in the just city descriptions and later streams, I'd almost say it almost just goes straight fantasy, but I'm doing my best. The vehicles and such are going to be more relatable to this time period.
And I mean, we can even change stuff as written. We might, as we're doing this, we might decide that, you know what, medieval works better than this. Or we might be like, you know what, some of the stuff we had written for medieval, we actually want to bump those up in time or a little bit. Or just have that there's medieval things and there's more steampunk things because we don't have to settle. This isn't the real world. This is what we're making.
With the Wild West.
Yep. So
empires. Yep.
Wild West is something that we had talked about originally because I don't know, it just seems interesting to just have a fantasy setting with like alchemy and stuff with Wild West areas.
Yeah.
Actually, one of the
there will most likely be guns. Honestly, it's going to be a little bit of everything. There's going to be guns. There will probably be more advanced crossbows. There will definitely be swords.
And
so that samurai and pirates could technically exist.
Yeah, we have definitely talked about having guns in the capacity too that they are potion launchers.
Yeah, so they're not going to be like the guns that, you know, they're not going to be flintlock pistols. They're going to be guns that you shove a potion bottle in and go, and now you've shot a ranged potion at somebody.
Yeah.
That will have its own effect.
But part of, I guess this is less Wild West. This is closer to like, what am I trying to think of? Like Lewis and Clark. The idea of exploration and like claiming territory too is something else that, especially in a post-war era,
or in this
world.
This case, reclaiming territory.
Well, reclaiming territory. You never really like territory is never really like you're the first people there, right? You're reclaiming territory and in the world.
So the coolest thing that the Nambu did, I guess, in this world, is that last bullet point right there. They bred this second group right here. They again, I'm pretty sure this is a French word, or it used to be a French word, and I believe it means like basically just advanced beings, kind of. I believe is the general what I was going for here, and that's what they are. They're advanced Nambu.
Mm-hmm.
Now you might be like, well, why would anybody want to play a Nambu over this thing? Because these guys, right? They are much more in the realm of combat, but they have what I would consider a rather large flaw in this right here. So
you're gonna have to scroll down for that one.
Oh yeah. In this right here. So they lack several emotions. They don't really have a desire to do anything. Their biggest desire, I guess, that they have is this right here. They want to serve the Nambu because that is what they were originally bred to do.
They're robots.
They're robotic.
They'll probably be closer to automaton type terminology. In my Dungeons and Dragons campaign right now, I have an artificer who's a leader of one of the regions, and I've been very careful to try to say that his stuff is automatons versus robots because of the era that D&D campaign set in. But,
exactly. So these guys, they are faster, stronger. They generally have much better combat capabilities. You know, they may attack faster. They may be able to dodge faster. Whatever.
They're super soldier cyborgs.
They are super soldiers. Yep. But they are super soldiers that don't really necessarily have a will of their own or desires of their own. They don't want anything. They just are bred for combat. That's pretty much their purpose. But even that doesn't bring them joy. They don't have that. They don't have that joy of doing that. So they're a very emotionless class. Or race.
Now, question about this one, too. Yeah. So, because I'm still figuring out some of the stuff that you're writing, so asking these questions is going to be cool.
By the way, any other questions, more than feel free to ask, because I will do my best to answer everything I can about these.
Build it. But so are these? How do you pronounce them again? How are we gonna pronounce them?
The way currently I'm pronouncing it, because it's the way it's spelled, is parfait.
Roleplay a lack of
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
So, I'm gonna try to steer people away from playing these guys. But if they want to do their best in doing that, because that's why I also have down here.
If you scroll down, you gotta scroll down a little.
Oh, sorry. They don't always have the urge to, but a lot of them do. So there are some that have kind of gotten out of wanting to serve the Nambu. They've wanted to go and create their own cities, their own nations, basically. So I'm doing my best with trying to give players that flexibility of, hey, you guys can play these. It'll still be hard having that emotions. Um, like not having those emotions, because to me that's way less fun than being able to express joy and anger and sadness that your character has. Um, but yeah, I am totally with you about that whole most of them have an urge to obey Nombru, um, which is why I threw in there, you know, not all of them have this urge anymore.
Anything that's going to limit your role playing capabilities, I've found is pretty hard.
Yeah.
Especially, so Dungeons and Dragons analogy, we're going to have a lot of those. Kinku, in their original rules, you can only mimic sounds. You can't actually
True.
express your own thoughts. Well, how are you supposed to, that's kind of limiting how you're gonna play that character.
Yeah, like what sounds have you heard? Like,
yeah, or like if you have to like just mimic back what was just said, well, that's gonna limit things a lot.
Yeah.
So I mean, you might want to make it then on here where the potentially only the ones that have broken away from that having to not having emotions or having to obey, that those are the playable ones.
Oh yeah, no, that's that. If somebody wants to play this, that is basically what's going to happen. Is they are going to be part of that group that has managed to break away from those urges and from that lack of wanting to do things.
Because at that point, then it leaves it to that player to determine, well, do they want to play a character who sometimes slips into those feelings again? And that might be fun for a character having that flaw. I've found that playing flawed characters or playing characters that have like a fear of something, especially I played a character who had a fear of water.
And then they had to go across a bridge. That was fun.
It was fun. I loved playing her. That was one of the most fun I've ever had, is playing a character. It's some things that seem like a hindrance can sometimes be fun, but some people might not want to play that. They might have an idea that's something different. So
yep.
Yeah. But my question about this was, so is this just machines, or is this a living race?
So
like, are they biological in any way?
Yes, this is a living race. This is basically what happens if selective breeding worked on an extreme rate. So this is taking two people that are highly combat capable, and
so these are super soldiers,
and trying to pass down their traits.
Okay, so these are more super soldiers than
robots.
Exactly. Do they have robotic parts to them, or is that more of just like armor they're giving?
It would probably be specialized armor, because there are ores that are going to have special traits to them. That is going to be what is going to be giving them their enhanced abilities, versus like they are going to physically be stronger than most Nombru, just general.
So like, they're Nombru plus.
They're Nombru plus, exactly. And then their armor that they are given, now this can be armor that everybody can be given, they use it better.
Okay.
It is basically what's going to happen.
So they might start off with different proficiencies that allow that. Something about the Nombru that I've brought up to you, and we haven't written it down yet, but I think it could be an interesting mechanic in it. Is one of the mechanics we've been tossing around that we're not sure if it's going to stay is having different flavor profiles in cooking.
Yeah.
And that certain flavors, certain races like certain flavors.
Yeah.
And that they can only get nourishment from X flavor.
Yeah.
But the reason that the Nombru are the many is because Nombrus don't have a preference in flavor, and therefore can basically eat anything as long as it's not poisonous and get nutrition from it.
Yeah, they have a general flavor sense. They just kind of, some people enjoy this, some people enjoy this, some people enjoy this, versus like
a different race that might only get nutrients from sour foods or
Yeah,
sweet foods.
exactly.
That's a little bit of how like mechanics might play into the world building a little bit. But definitely one of our goals for the Nombru, I think, is figure out why are the Nombru the many? What caused this race to be so like populate so much of the world?
Yeah, that's right. And honestly, it's probably because they have the ability to adapt. You'll see a lot of people, a lot of these upcoming races, have a very specialized trait to them
Mm-hmm.
that if they were to go somewhere else will make them less effective, um, or will turn them into something else. That's the next one that we're about to cover. So, for example, we've talked about these two human equivalent
Mm-hmm.
type things. Then we go down here. Here we have.
I'm gonna scroll up a little bit.
Scroll up a
Yeah.
little bit. Sorry, I forgot it looks different than it does over
Yeah.
here. So we got this Zvergan. And yes, it is a ZV sound. So Zver.
It's from German.
It is a German word, and it means dwarf. So it is my way of saying dwarf without saying dwarf, and it makes it seem like a completely new race. So these are the dwarven equivalent things that we are about to talk about. Their hero that they had was a guy named Zvergorn. He worked with Maval. He worked with
the next one we're about to
a Duende person. We'll jump into that later. But Zvergan are shorter. They tend to be shorter than the Nombru. They do tend to have denser muscle mass. So they tend to be tougher. However, they are extremely adaptable to environment. And what I mean is they are extremely adaptable to harsh environment. So there are 3 different types of Zvergan that we have. Whereas like Nombru, they are Nombru. There is no huge change in Nombru.
So this one has sub races to it.
Exactly. So the Zvergan have 3 different sub races. The first are the Haldish. These guys love them the cold weather. They love ice, and they build their encampments deep in tundras. Like they don't want anybody to come visit them. What? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at the next one. So their skin has severely, changed dramatically from the other Zvergan. Even they have gotten more of a blue tint to them. They have this icy demeanor about them. And what they are, so they have icy appearance and mannerisms, so they are very cold to people. They don't necessarily like people. They love shiny stuff. They love. Part of this is they just love ice. Ice is a very shiny material. They love them ice. They love money. They want it. They are very good at bartering when it comes to shiny stuff. They can determine what a wealth is by looking at it, by knowing how shiny it is. Exactly. And the coolest thing about them, they're immune to freezing. Their skin has become frozen itself. So, in order to freeze a Zvergan, you can't. They're already frozen. So, how do you freeze something that's already frozen? You can't. You would have to reach absolute 0 temperatures. So, it's just not going to work.
So, question about these guys.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned how they love shiny stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why do they love shiny stuff? Why was that an adaptation that they took on to love the shiny?
Honestly, I think this is gonna sound weird. It's mostly the ice, and you think, well, that's not really valuable. To them, it is. Everything about their life is ice.
So what? Why is the ice valuable to them?
You can shape it in all sorts of different ways. You can make weapons out of ice. You can make armor out of ice if you wanted to. And for them, they find this specialized ore deep in the tundras that allow them to make physical long-term ice material. So it may not necessarily be ice that's valuable. It may be the ore that they find in the ice, which is turn them on to, oh, what else can I find that can give my stuff cool traits to it. But the ore there probably is extremely shiny. It has this frozen sheen to it. So I think is just kind of adapted to them that shiny means
shiny means useful.
Shiny means cool and useful. That's all they got.
Okay, fair enough. So your next subrace of them
is that one right there. So this one's a little harder to pronounce. This is the Vjarsengun. Or the Versangen. Again, really gonna butcher most of this.
The actual German pronunciation is not as important as how we want to pronounce it, because then we can shape the word into, we'll take out these letters and boom, it's a new word.
Exactly.
Hopefully, and then look up that word and make sure it's not an existing word that means something really bad.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is basically what's going to determine how it's pronounced is whenever the game starts and I'm like, cool, you're going to be a Varsengun. Okay, cool. And that race will now forever be known as that once I start playing.
That's fair.
At least within our campaign.
Mm-hmm.
So these guys, they are very similar to the Haldish up top. However, they make their encampments on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. They very much live in the desert. And they... the craziest thing about the deserts is things die in the desert. Crazy, right? With lack of water, you kind of gotta adapt to it. So their thing is bones. They love bones. Again, kind of for the same reason as the Haldish like ice. It's valuable to them.
So the race in general is very drawn to items and materials that can better their way of life or help them survive.
Yes.
That's what makes a Versigan in a Haldish the same race versus two separate races.
Yeah, is that their main trait is that they like things that can help them. Because that's how they function. The other guys are really good at shaping ice. These guys are really good at shaping bone. They will make bone weapons. They will make bone armor. They will find ways to do it. Their physical appearance, they probably darker skin, and they have a very rough, sandy appearance. For example, I don't want to use this, but sharks. Sharks have a very, if you run your hand the wrong way on them, you're going to cut yourself. If you run your hand the wrong way on these guys, you're probably going to cut yourself. And I kind of like that feature about them is that they have this rough feel to them.
You like sharks, so.
I do. And well, I use shark as an example because was the easiest one to come up with. These guys.
It's not something that not everybody knows that about sharks either. Yeah. So that's a good fact.
So these guys are very much like their counterparts, the Haldish. They are expert barterers, except for instead of shiny things, they can tell you all about bones and exactly how much a bone is worth. They will tell you everything about it. and they can tell you exactly how to do things with it. That'll make it worth its weight in gold. And these guys are on the opposite end again. They are immune to the burning condition. You cannot burn these guys. They're pretty much already burnt. Can't burn them again. And I think part of it comes from this idea that I had, where they kind of get their name, which are these coastal storms that they have, called the Verisan, or the Storms of the Hardened Sands. So basically, they are massive lightning storms that have created these pillars of basically petrified sand. And that petrified sand is kind of the same feel that these
their skin is,
that these guys have.
Yeah.
So they're called duners. That's because they live in the sand dunes.
So, you have it as they're immune to the burning condition.
Mhm.
What it sounds like more to me, and I don't know if this is also kind of your idea of them, is that they sound like they're also immune to, like, they can last longer without water.
Yeah,
like,
so maybe immune to, like, dehydration, basically.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Because they would need a little bit, and they'd be able to hold on to that for a while.
And of course, mechanically, we'll have to figure out if dehydration is going to be a mechanic that...
Yeah.
Or if that's going to be something that's a little too...
little too
mechanic-y and takes away... If something is too mechanically and takes away from roleplay, then it'll be like, it's
exactly.
It's just kind of like, we're assuming that you're going to be drinking water, as in, we're assuming that somebody's going to use the bathroom. We don't have to see the scene where
you don't have to
goes
tell
over
us
to the
that you're using the
bathroom.
Yeah.
But, of course, if it is something that, like, there's this whole area where, you know, there's a lack of water, and thus that becomes a problem. Like, in Dungeons and Dragons, they'll use exhaustion as that. So that might be something that you might want to look into for them.
That's fair. So then we go down here.
Okay, so an important thing I think you should specify about the other two races too is their interchangeability before you move on to the...
That's fair. We don't have this written down anywhere, unfortunately, or at least not on here.
We don't have it written down on here yet.
But being highly adaptable as they are, these guys have a very unique trait about them, where if the Versingen go up to the tundras for an extended period of time, I don't have that time frame down yet, but they will change from Versungen to the Haldish, and vice versa. The Haldish will change to a Versungen. So while they have different names, that is more dependent on where they live versus what they are. But if you catch a Versungen in the tundra as it's getting there, it'll still have the traits of the Versungen. It's not like an immediate change. It will take, at least a week, at least 2 weeks. Like, it's going to be there's going to be a transition period. With that being said, they could end up in a non-brew kingdom for an extended period of time and kind of lose both traits. They just kind of become a short person.
Which is something that...
a short, more compact person.
Short and more compact non-brew.
Yeah.
Basically.
A denser non-brew,
which is technically another sub-race you should probably be adding to the document, is the...
That's fair.
in-between one.
Yeah.
But that being said, because this last sub-race of it, I'm not even sure why this is a sub-race of the
because we started it. I don't know.
But that's something that we can discuss more about why these are also considered them, because these last ones can't swap to the other two.
Exactly.
And these are my favorite guys of the Svergen.
All right.
They're called the Grawl.
So these are the Grawl. The Grawl are the cavern dwellers. They live deep in the mines. They have monstrous appearance. They have pale flesh. They are not used to combat. They are not used to sun. There is nothing about them that uh, has helped them become sturdy. They just live in a mountain.
While you're describing this, I'm gonna try to find our book. So we've drawn out some of these races, and I'm gonna see if I can find where this book is.
Is it on this one?
No.
Oh no, it's in my
I'll
bag.
I'll grab it.
Yeah.
You keep describing.
So they got weak. They're pale. They rely on a trait that they have developed long tongues. Because there are crevices in the mountain that they need to be able to reach the water and potentially bugs from in those caverns. They communicate. They mostly growl. Basically, that's kind of their thing. But they have developed a more sophisticated method of communication. They echolocate. But they don't echolocate using their voices. They use, I can't believe I'm about to say this, these flute-like noses that they have. So they are longer noses, and they echolocate using music, basically. In the light, they are blind. They hate the light.
These are our deep dwarves, deep gnome equivalent.
Exactly. Each growl makes a unique noise, and all those noises are very distinct meanings to them. For most people, everybody's gonna be like, I don't know what that is. That's just a noise. But for them, they know exactly what they're talking about. However, the thing that makes them so cool, because they live in the mountain, they are not necessarily blind in general in the mountain. They are the best crafters of metal. If you want the world's strongest metal, you will go find a Grawl that doesn't want to kill you.
I think the Grawl are nicer.
The Grawl are actually fairly nice, surprisingly.
I couldn't find the book that has all the drawings.
Was it not in my...
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find it later. We'll show it off in a future stream. But my drawing for the Grawl is so cute. They're so absolutely monstrous looking, and they just have like the SpongeBob nose, or like the Snow Miser nose. That's like the long
it's
nose,
like a long
and like a long tongue.
Yeah,
and just really patchy hair because they
live in the mountain.
They're like cave dwellers, and they only have like really patchy hair and stuff, and it's cute, but with all that being said, I think I figured out why the Grawl could also be considered Zvergan. If the Zvergan is this race that has innate senses of materials.
Yeah.
In that the Grawl sound like they have an innate sense of metal in like the ores of the mountains.
Yeah. And these guys, the thing that's very unique to them, despite being very pale and very weak, as far as their flesh is concerned, so they did lose that sturdiness, if you will, of the other two Zvergan sub races. These guys are immune to disease. There is so much grossness down here in the caves. Since they're drinking water that's just run through mountains, it's not necessarily clean. They have become very resistant, very, most would say immune to disease. And they can't be blinded in the dark. They are not blind in the dark.
They have dark vision.
Yeah.
That's a better way to say that. They have dark vision.
But their dark vision is far superior to normal dark vision. For example, D&D general dark vision, you can see 60 feet. It's black and white. These guys, it's like seeing in 4K for them in the dark. It's crazy. But then the second that they see light that is not like the glow of a furnace, basically. So if somebody shines a flashlight at them, right?
Is there gonna be flashlights in this world?
There might be. I was just using it as an example. They will go blind until somebody turns off said light.
Or like the sun.
Yeah. Yes. Anyways, so that's our Grawl. So the next race, these are kind of these are my babies.
Yeah, I know you love the Duende.
I love these guys.
I love the Duende too. I think the Duende is the most unique race that we've worked on with this system that we're building, this world that we're building. So.
Well, to be fair, you haven't seen the other ones yet.
I've looked over parts of them. The first 3 races we made were the Nambru, the Zvergan, and the Duende.
And the Duende were actually the first race that we made.
Yeah. And then after that, you kind of went off and started making a couple more to expand the world.
To kind of expand it.
But I love the Duende in that how unique they are and how terrifying they are as a concept. When we first were making this race, coming up with the ideas for this, I was sitting there going, I don't think this should be a player race. I think this should just be a race of people who exist in the world and that people have to interact with and just be terrified of.
But I love these guys.
I love them too. But
by the way, all these races are going to be playable, just saying, despite our hesitations.
Despite my hesitations. Yeah. I'm not going to play a Duende just because I want to exist in the world with the at least for the first character. I'm going to play a Nambru for the first character. I know, it's the boring ones. But I want to be in this world where all these weird, like, scary races are and just be the normal one and interact with them. But yeah, the Duende, you can start describing them.
Yeah, so again, like I said, the Duende are kind of my babies. I love these guys. So the Duende, it is Spanish for elf.
Spanish for like fae type creature, I think. But
so these are our elven equivalents.
These are elven equivalents. I'm on the elf versus the dwarf fight. I'm on the elf side. I love elves and fae and fantasy. I try to add dwarves and stuff in my homebrew world. More to kind of balance out because the world that in my D&D system, in my D&D game that is in 5e, the world is a lot more like just everyone kind of lives in harmony. There's not really as much like this is only a dwarf area. This is only so I have to purposely make an effort to add the different races, or else I would just make a whole elf game. I love all the different sub-races of elves in 5e.
Yep.
But I don't know. I like elves, so that's part of why I like the Duende.
Yeah. So, on that note, Duende are the taller of the races. They are taller than humans and Zvergan, or sorry, Nambru. I have humans in there. I need to change that. Their body structure. They climb. They swim. They. Based on which subrace they are. Now there are 3 of them. You will notice a pattern. Most of these have 3. That is because 3 is much easier to deal with. I don't know why it's much easier to deal with than 2. But like 2, you have this and this. There's not really an in between or just something that kind of throws in a little right, a hiccup. So I like 3s. 3s work. So the first one that we got are the Bundo. These are ram-like elves.
Okay, so I think we should also preface this too. For the Zvergan, it seemed like what made each of them like still a Zvergan is that they have that innate sense to do with some sort of material in the world. The thing that makes the Duende all considered Duende, because you'll see that the different subraces of Duende are very different from each other.
They are highly different.
Is each of them has a really enhanced sense.
Feature, yeah.
They have one sense that is their main sense. And the fact that it's so enhanced can both be a benefit and a downside.
Yep.
To them.
So our Bundo, they have, in comparison to the rest of their body, long legs. They have long, very strong legs. So, the other thing that they have is their sight. Their ability to see, because they live in mountains, has to be incredible. Because one, it is very bright up there, and it is very, it is hard to see. Note, the Grawl do not live where the Bundo do. Just saying.
The Grawl live inside of the mountains.
They would live inside.
The Bundo live on the mountains.
Yeah.
On the cliffs.
And usually high in the cliffs. They can see about 3 times farther than a normal person can. So if you can see across a lake, they can see 3 times as far. And that is to assist them with their ability to hunt. Most of the Duende are hunters and gatherers, but mostly hunters. However, despite being slightly taller than Nambru, they tend to be about the size of Nambru. Maybe a little taller. They just have, in comparison to their torso and up, longer legs than Nambru do.
See, this is saying that they can reach as tall as 7 feet.
They can, but they tend to be Nambru height.
Okay.
They tend to be Nambru height. They can reach up to 7 feet.
Okay.
So yes. I try to give a general range of things.
Now, Nambru height, just clarifying, is that general human height? So that's between like 5 and 7.
That's gonna be between 5 and 6.5. Yeah, exactly. Whereas these guys, they can be up to 7 feet.
Okay.
But generally, they're probably gonna be about the same height as Nambru. They may be on the upper end, so they may be 6 to 7 feet kind of thing. They'll be tall Nambru if they become Nambru. Which note, these guys cannot do what this Verrigan can. Now, other unique traits that these guys have. Their heads can rotate 180 degrees. This is because, again, they are hunters. So they're, and they rely on sight. So what better way to do that than to be able to just turn your head and see?
So if we had the drawings of these, you would see in the drawings that these guys have very large eyes. The ram like horns on the sides of their heads. They have a lot of hair. Mm-hmm. They're not like fur all over the body, but they just have a lot of hair that grows on their body. And then being able to turn their heads. These are terrifying things that you could. That's gonna be the sentiment for this. But something that I can already see looking over this, and we need to keep in mind too, is part of our goals was to make everything viable, right? Mm-hmm. You want to make every race viable. So already I can see that the Duende have these cool features like the really good eyesight, the really like being able to turn their head, at least the Bundo. All of this, they almost seem like they're stronger than the other races. So why wouldn't people just want to play a Duende?
Yeah.
What makes it where this is balanced with somebody else?
Yeah.
Like a Nambru.
Yeah.
Do you have anything for that right now, or is that something more that we're gonna have to figure out?
I would say, they, most likely, this is probably what I'm gonna go with, because they can see so well that way, right? That things that are here, like the closer something is to these guys, mm-hmm. It's kind of harder for them to see because their eyes are so adjusted for looking out that way, like out such a far distance. They like hitting things before those things can see them.
So they make really good snipers, not very good martial.
They're not gonna walk up to you with a sword and attack.
So when we were talking about the idea of different builds, being viable. So it sounds like if I want to make my martial fighter build for a Bundo, I'm gonna have trouble with that. It's not gonna be viable. Is in our efforts to make things viable, is that something that we're gonna try to consider and
So
give lenience with, or is it gonna be more of
so what
because this is more role play heavy that's something?
So what I would do is just because I want everything to be viable doesn't mean everything is going to start viable. If you want to make a Bundo martial class, you've got to find a way around it. So you may have to, before you really do much, or really kind of the way that we can do it, at least for our campaign, that we're going to be doing, is that character could have a special type of glasses that kind of dim their vision back so that they can have that more normal sense of vision. They can take them off to see far away, but then like it's gonna take adjustment for their eyes to go from seeing that far to seeing this close, you know. So it's more of a adjustment for them to go from switching between near and far vision. Whereas Nambru can see, you know, decently far, but they can see forward.
Yeah.
The Zvergan are probably going to have a slightly harder time because they don't really hear much. They don't see very much because there's ice storms and there's dust storms. So they may rely on something else entirely.
Is it possible that not just the Gruul rely on echolocation, but that others Zvergan might also rely on?
It's very possible. They may. I'm not going to make it noses, but it may be, you know, up in the.
Do they use ice, like tap it certain ways?
Right, right. They may tap picks into the ground in such a way that different noises are made. The Versangen could use echolocation via tremors in the ground that they're able to create.
So, potentially, one of the features that the Zvergan might have is variable communications.
Yeah.
That would make them a distinct racial feature.
Yeah.
And that could be a fun thing to roleplay too, honestly, is that's what I like about Thieves' Cant and Druidic.
Yeah.
Is having, like, especially Druidic, what I found is, like, you don't have to necessarily make Druidic a actual spoken language. It could be, like, this one tribe of druids that is based on wildfires. They burn different patches into the ground, and that's how they
different burn patterns are
versus though beast ones might use claw marks into trees, or
you could do the spores have different types of mushrooms that they leave.
Yeah, I was gonna say the land ones, it might be different flowers or something like that. So or Thieves' Cant having like
hidden meaning,
this hidden meaning in the language, like different things like that. I feel like could immerse people, because that's the remember, having fun, immersion is kind of what we're aiming for here.
Yeah. And the reason that these Bundo have these powerful legs, they gotta climb, and some of their things, they gotta be able to shove their foot somewhere and get it stuck so that they can climb. So it's a different type of climbing than what we're about to see with our next guys. And that is these guys. So these are the Kagubutan. These guys, they do tend to be taller than the Bundo. So they again technically range from 6'3", which is, you know, mid range for the Bundo. Again, very tall for Nambru. Up to 7'5". So they go at least 5 inches, you know, taller than the Bundo. However, they are also quite unique. Their torso tends to be taller than their legs are, and their arms are very long. So these guys are your equivalent to woodland elves, I would say, like a ladrin kind of thing.
No, that'd be wood elves. Eladrin are a lot more of the Fey, like changing seasons.
That's
Or
fair.
okay, in 5e in earlier versions, they're more of like the purer, like almost like pure Fey type elves.
Yeah,
it depends on how your
so
the system you're using.
Yeah. So your woodlandish elves, they have bark-like skin. And what this is used for Camelot?
Camel? Camouflage.
Camouflage within the woods.
I think in Return to Camelot, is that movie
Yeah,
is?
yeah. They have iris and hair color that changes depending on their diet. So most of what they eat is going to be berries. So if they eat like blueberries, for example, like blueberries, literally blue berries, they may have blue irises and blue hair. It kind of changes.
Yeah, the whole idea of these guys is when you're in a forest and that these guys live in, at first when you look around, you're not going to see them because you're just going to think that they're trees. And
Yep.
then they're going to turn their heads and look at you and you're going to realize, oh, that's a person.
Yeah.
Which is scary because they have the Slender Man arms. I think a better analogy for these guys versus like wood elves, at least in 5e, these are a lot more like dryads.
There you go. That's the word I was going for. Dryads.
Yeah, like nature spirits.
Yeah. Now these guys, we always talk about their enhanced features. Their enhanced senses. So their enhanced sense is their hearing.
If somebody asks, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it,
does it make a sound?
Does it make a sound?
For the Kagubutan, yes.
Yes.
They can be so far away and they will hear a tree fall. For example, the way I have it written, if the forest is super quiet, if their ears are pointing in the right direction, they can hear breathing about 5 miles away.
They can hear your heartbeat.
Yeah, so they are kind of scary. They will hear you before you see them. They will hear you before you even step into the forest. So chances are you'll be in their sights well before you ever even come close to them. Now, the reason that these guys have what their major flaw is, if somebody catches them off guard, somehow, they're distracted, they're in sleep, they're protecting their ears, whatever the case may be, if there is a loud sound, it will cripple them, because having such large ears, such sensitive ears that can hear so quiet, probably somebody talking at a normal sound probably hurts their ears. May not cripple them, but somebody who then decides screaming is a great idea, they will not be happy with it.
So these guys have gremlin, almost like the gremlin movie ears,
yeah.
Those big ears. So as a way of kind of helping that really loud sound thing, is they can flop their ears down to.
Yeah, they basically just act as their own ear flaps.
Yeah.
Their own ear muffs, if you will. And what that would do is it would dampen noise. So for them, that would be great. However, it makes it also kind of hard to communicate with them, because when they dampen their noise, they are trying to block out as much noise as humanly possible, so that in case somebody does make an extremely loud sound, it does not cripple them and they can continue to fight. So if somebody's, whispering very softly and, trying to be nice to that number, and then immediately picks up the, sound and screams, it's going to hurt a lot for the Kagubutan.
And you're either going to set them off to run away or to lash out at you.
Yeah. So, yes, they do have highly advanced hearing. both a blessing and a curse for them.
Then we have the Lottie. I think the Lottie are your favorite.
The Lottie are definitely my favorite.
You like okay. He likes
sharks
and aquatic life.
Yeah,
a lot. So
these guys, these are your lake dwelling elves. I guess sea elves. But these are sea elves with very sharp teeth.
Honestly, I think these are. I'm trying to think of a better equivalent. I would say nymphs. Nymphs are more of your lake spirits, but these are more like fish type people. Kind of more like Okinids maybe. Which are Greek mythology. Daughters of Okin are trying to remember his name. Okinus or something like that. He's the titan of the ocean. Then his daughters are like spirits of the ocean, and each tied to like bodies of water.
Yeah.
But these are like fish. These are the Zora from Legend of Zelda. There we go. I was gonna get to that analogy eventually.
Yeah.
These are like the Zora. The Zora are almost what I would call Zelda World's version of elves, which is weird because the Hyruleans have the elf ears.
Are the elves.
But these are the Zora and Zelda. I've played Breath of the Wild. I haven't played any other Zelda games, so I don't have, experience for the whole world of Zelda. I've heard some lore, but in Breath of the Wild, at least, they're the ones that live much longer. So the people were alive, like, whenever Link was still around 100 years ago versus all the other races that are around that their kingdoms, didn't know them personally. Yeah.
So these guys, they are very shark-like. They got scaly skin. They live near water. Their color kind of varies depending on the water around them. So if you've got, a murky greenish lake, they're going to be more greenish. They're going to be a dull green. They have these guys are probably the most monstrous, but also the most normal looking as far as body proportions, because they have both long legs and long arms. Basically take the size of the Kagubatan arms and the size of the Bundo legs. They got both of them. Their ears are very long and droopy, so they don't necessarily have the best hearing.
The idea about their ears, and it looks really weird in our pictures of them, is that the other ones would have ears that go more like out this way. Mm-hmm. Like elves have like the sharp ears up
here. They have the sharp ears back, and
these guys would have almost human-like ears at the top, but their ear lobes at the bottom are very long.
Yeah.
And think of like you'll see different cultures that'll do like the stretched out earlobes.
Yeah.
As a like a cultural ritualistic thing or what have you.
Cultural thing.
These guys just have those long earlobes naturally, that flop down to like midsection of their body, but then they can take those and they can wrap them around their head basically to like tie them up to protect their ears when they go underwater. Or they can use them as almost flotation devices.
Yeah, if they just want to kind of stay on top, they could just basically flatten their ears out and they're just going to chill on top of the water. If they want to go under, they tie up and and there's no water in their ears. Mm-hmm. Because while they live near lakes, they do not necessarily have the ability to, block water from their ears. They still have to hear. Fish, they're... Water in the ears don't bother fish.
But their big sense is their sense of smell.
They can smell like the dickens. However, the thing that gets them, and this is the hardest one for this is the hardest uh, counter, I guess. So Bundo can't really see very close, pretty easily fixed. The Kagubatan, loud noises.
Earmuffs.
Right. These guys, they don't like strong smells. It doesn't have to be a bad smell that they don't like. If somebody smells super nice and they have basically just a bunch of perfume on, and
if you have this city nombrew that's coming in with all their fancy perfumes, like, oh, look at me, I'm so
I smell
class.
so amazing.
Yeah.
These guys don't like it. Every super strong smell just overwhelms them. They just to them. So they prefer dull senses. They prefer just bland.
And where this would probably come in mechanically too is if we do implement the flavor system as a actual mechanic in the game. Probably the Lati, and by extent maybe even the Duende in general, their flavor profile is not going to be the very strong.
Yeah. Rather dull senses.
So they might prefer, on a scale of like sweet, salty, what have you, they might even prefer the umami type.
Yeah.
Versus the salty, the sweet, the bitter, the all that.
Yeah. So some things about these guys. Burials are done via raft, and then teeth are often collected from the bottom of the water, because that's what they can do. They do have webbed hands and feet, so they are much better at swimming than the other two, than the Nombru. But that also means that they tend to be slightly less coordinated on land. Doesn't mean they can't be on land, just means that they're slightly less coordinated. So I think these are probably the most well-balanced of the Duende that I have currently. Because they have some great features. They can swim, they can smell, so they can smell way off in the distance. Everything's cool. Things like that.
So let me see. So I was going to check how many other races you have. You have 2 more?
Yep.
Okay, so this is getting a little later.
Yep.
I was going to say we could end it with that one and do the other 2 next time, or would you like to go ahead and get through these 2 so that way we can kind of
So these are ones that you know only sort of, but I'd like to get through these 2 if you don't mind.
Okay.
Alright, so mainly because I don't really have these guys fleshed out too much yet, which looks weird because I have probably the most written about these guys. We're going to quickly cover these guys. So, the first one are the Peiko. Peiko are the smallest. I don't even remember what language this is, which sucks. I probably should have put what language all of these were so that I didn't run into this issue later. But these are the gnomes. These are the gnome halfling type creatures. Smaller, kind of adorable. They are shorter than anything else we got. They do tend to be very friendly. And they love creating homes. They love creating architecture. So our first one are the Kukula. They master craftsmen. They are incredibly friendly. They do get taken advantage of quite often because of how friendly they are, and they are so very trusting to everybody. And here's the biggest issue with them is, holy crap, politics take forever in this kingdom. They can't decide on anything. They don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. They want to come to a complete decision by everybody, and if even one person says no, then they're like, all right, how can we change this to make you happy? And then if they change it and they're like, great, are you happy? Great. Is everybody else happy? And one other person says, no, I don't like that now. They're not going to get anything done. So these guys changing as far as political goes doesn't happen very often.
So just off the bat, looking at these, so this this race in general looks like it's very much craft heavy themed.
Yes.
So what makes them different than the Groll crafting?
So Grawl are specific to metal. These guys work with metal, work with wood, work with everything. These guys build buildings. Grawl do not build buildings. Grawl can't build buildings. They can't go out into the sun very often.
So are the Gralls more specialty in the metals themselves, like procuring and like recognizing that, oh, this is a great metal to build with less than the building, and these are more of the build focused ones?
Yeah, so the other ones, the Grawl, more focus on the metal themselves, and they can build armor and such, because that's how they protect themselves.
I'm gonna bring this up too, because I know we kind of discussed this earlier, but if these guys look like they're more like focused on crafting, are they going to get mechanics in game that is going to make them better crafters? And if so, is that kind of like already min-maxing, like giving a good meta build that if you play a crafter who's not a Peiko, then it's not going to be as viable?
I am going to say Crafter Peiko probably will be better, but that does not necessarily mean that you can't be a crafter of different variety.
Now,
because what you may do with a Peiko is say, cool, so I already have some innate crafting, but I'm not going to build a craft-heavy Peiko.
But that's almost like you could do in any of the other like systems. Just because you get early on things that work with something doesn't mean that you have to go with them. Like that seems like it's falling into the same thing. That's just something I wanted to point out that I notice it is just because the culture is craft focused. Are we going to give this race itself craft focused abilities, or will it be more of a, if you want your to role play your character and go down that route, then you're fine with it, but you don't have to, and there's nothing innately that you're getting with craftsmanship? That's
right.
Just what I'm. That's just what I'm wondering early on.
So probably the only thing I would do as far as that is concerned is, like you may get a, you can, like craft one or two easy objects right off the bat, but they're going to be like, oh, look, you can make a chair. It's going to be helpful, but it's not something that like is going to be game changing for you.
And then I guess we also got to consider in our system, will your race give you innate features? I assume so, but
probably.
Technically we don't have that written yet.
Yeah.
That you get X and X features from your race. You get these skills, these...
Yeah. So I think everything is going to have innate features, but they're going to be minor innate features. They're not going to be, you're not going to have super enhanced dexterity, so a hunter is best for you. That's dumb. But, you may move 10 feet faster. You may be harder to hit.
That's another thing, too. Are we going to do via feet for, like, movement, or is it going to be via a different mechanic?
No idea yet.
Yeah, so...
See, now you're getting things we haven't even discussed yet.
I'm just throwing these out there just so we can kind of keep that in our minds.
Yeah. Then you get down here to the Cowpunky. The Cowpunky, I believe. Yeah, so these guys are the shortest sub race we have out of everybody.
And the shortest people, I assume, right?
Yes. So they are 2 feet 5 inches to 3 feet tall. They are small little guys.
These are little gnomes.
These are small little dudes. So they are spies. That is their most common purpose. They tend to hide. Now, most of these traits I have in here more for myself, so that when you guys meet them, I know generally what their purpose is. Mm-hmm. I will make characters that will completely break these. So I will make a Cowpunky NPC at some point that will not be a spy. He will have nothing about this that makes him a Cowpunky except for what he is.
So, okay. And it won't be tonight, but in a future stream, we're going to go into the different towns that you've already worked on and add to them and make new ones too. But there's a town he's worked on that has different houses, like royal houses. Yeah. One of those houses is a house of mercenaries, whose kind of role in this kingdom is to provide mercenary services.
Yep.
Whenever I see this race, I think that they might be a good one.
They may hang out there quite a bit.
That could be tied to that one that might get hired a lot to do spy work because of their abilities.
Yep. So the thing that makes these guys their biggest flaw is you tell them a story, they will probably believe it. You could tell them that right down that river there is a legendary bear that is guarding the golden dolphin of something, right? That will make you so much money. And it turns out it's just a goldfish.
Now,
but they will believe it.
So are they curious? Is that why? Are they naturally curious to try to look into every odd and end that they can think of?
They are, which is what makes them very good spies. Because not only are they curious, they are curious enough that they don't want to get caught being curious.
Now, do they, in believing in everything, do they blurt out things a lot? Because in that case, they would not be good spies if they're like...
What do you mean, do they blurt out?
Do they, approach stuff and it's like, oh, I was sent here to do this, but I'm so excited about doing this, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you this.
No, they do not. They mostly keep to themselves as far as those stories. But they will listen to every story, and they will believe most every story. I say most because there are some stories that they'll just be like, no, that's stupid. Right? The more believable of a story you tell them, chances are the less likely they are to believe it. The more outlandish your story is, the more likely they are to believe it.
And I also want to preface that, in saying this, that this is just a general, especially that right there sounds like a general cultural thing, and not necessarily every character would fall under that. This would be more of, honestly, this is almost more of describing, the culture of them and how the NPCs will act, not necessarily how the players will act.
Right. But like I said,
keeping that in mind.
Yeah, like I said, most of the descriptions I'm giving are the way that the general culture of the society is, not necessarily what every person is going to be like.
But adding on to the whole, believe every story they hear, I almost feel like you could amend that. As a suggestion, maybe that they don't necessarily believe every story they hear, and this might have been what your intention was with this, I don't know, in that they absolutely oh yeah, cool, I believe all this. Maybe it's more of like, I'm very curious about this now, and everything is possible unless it's proven to me otherwise, and therefore I have this drive
To go
to
disprove or prove this.
go prove or disprove this, because as long as it hasn't been disproven, it's possible.
Yeah.
That they're the opposites of skeptics.
Yeah.
They're the believers, right? That they which I guess that's almost as if you.
It also does say strong cultural history.
Yeah. But that they're the ones that are like, oh yeah, cool, aliens could be real. I mean, we haven't found any evidence that says for a fact that aliens aren't real.
Yeah, exactly.
But unless proven otherwise, then they could be real.
Yep. And let me tell you, it's a lot harder to disprove something than it is to prove it.
Just because they say that there's a monster in this lake, I have never, even though we've never seen it, just because we've never seen it doesn't mean it's not real. You're gonna have to give me 100% proof that this isn't real for me to believe that it's not real.
Unless you take me down there at every part of the day and look over every single inch of this lake.
Unless you drain this lake and walk me through all of it. Like, I can see a bird's eye view of the entire lake, and see that there is no monster in there. I'll say, well, it must have moved.
There is probably a monster down there. We just can't see it.
Yeah, well, it must have left the lake before you drained it.
Exactly. And the problem is even if you do that and you drain the whole lake, and they'll be like, well, clearly it just moved down river to the ocean. Dude, it's not even connected to the ocean. But there might be an underground tunnel.
I could already see this being a fun one to.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, is if you have something like that in the game and the players really get into that, especially if somebody plays the character, like this kind of character, and that's how they want to play them, is I want to play them strictly by this, then they might get really into everything that gets brought up, like...
Oh, they will get into so much trouble.
Well, they might get into the roleplay of it, though. Or they might decide, you know what, I'm going to do the exact opposite of this. I'm going to be a skeptic to everything. And thus have that whole, like, yeah, I don't think so-and-so's real. If I haven't seen it, it's not real.
Yep.
So this could be a fun one.
And these guys, so they are also... The general Peiko are very good at crafting things. So these guys do very rarely make very good weapons. This particular group. Whereas the other one build buildings and are very good at it. They work together very well. These guys make high quality weapons. They may not necessarily be the most durable, but they're very high quality. They're very pretty, at least.
Also looks like they create traps, too.
And they will create traps. They are spies. They know that other spies will want their stuff. So they will protect what is theirs.
Okay, then we have...
the Menateti. The Menateti, I believe, is whatever language this is for basically fairies. Or tricksters.
Okay, I don't know for sure. But... I think that this is a language that is in like the an island is what you said before. I'm not sure if this is like Indonesian, Polynesian, or like which specific, but I think it's something of that sort.
That's fair.
Is what I might be completely wrong on that, but that's what I think you said originally. Yeah. We can always look up the words and double check this.
Yep. All right. So these guys, they tend to be the taller of the Peiko. Still being generally shorter than most Nambu, but they can actually reach up to heights a little taller than the short Nambu. They love...
be taller than me.
They love pulling pranks. Man, do they love pulling pranks. They tend to be very knowledgeable of terrain, or at least have the ability to learn the terrain very quickly so that they can pull their pranks more effectively. Um, they are indeed very charismatic. Um, because oftentimes, just because they're fun, they pull pranks and they're very good at them, and they do get caught from time to time, so they have to apologize. At least long enough to get the person off their back so they can then pull the prank again on them and try to not get caught. And that's kind of that tends to be what they do. If they get caught, they will feign apologies, like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, please don't do anything." And people are like, "Oh, it's okay, we love you anyways. Go on, don't be tricking anybody again." And then 40 feet down the road, they'll trick you again and be like, "Hey, got him." Right? They love proving that they can.
That sounds like varieties of tricksters. Tricksters are
Exactly.
almost like
those are pretty universal.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're in almost every mythology or like folklore. Like you got yokai, certain varieties, and then you got certain varieties of fae. Whenever we're looking into the history of like different duende that exist in different Spanish speaking countries, that they also have like the trickster ones.
Yeah.
Like they're pretty universal.
That they are. And then lastly, they love to lie to for their own benefits. So they'll lie about the price of something. They'll lie about their own quality of materials that they want to give you. Anything that they will lie about being sorry. Anything that can benefit them in the long term, they'll do.
They sound evil.
Zverian won't necessarily lie. They will just tell you, "Hey, this costs this." So they are meaner than most. They are not evil.
So
they don't want to hurt, maim, kill. They don't want to do that to anybody. They just like pulling pranks, and they think they're funny. They want to. They are trying to make everybody else around them laugh. Sometimes that does involve some particular person getting hurt or falling or something like that, but they don't do malicious intent. So they may throw out a banana peel and watch you slip on it.
If you're talking about like alignment system, how 5e does it,
yeah.
How I've heard it described, in different ways, but I like to utilize this, at least in my game, is that good means somebody that cares more about the greater good than their own personal gain.
Yeah.
Neutral meaning you're kind of neutral. You're leaning more towards like either the lawful end or the chaotic end, or in the middle. And then evil being you do things more for your own personal gain over the feelings and cares of others.
Okay.
Like if it's your own personal desires over other people's. Like it's me first versus everybody else. And then lawful meaning you follow things by the book or by a specific way of doing things. Neutral meaning you're kind of in the middle as far as like you're not strictly by the book. You're not always like all over the place with it. Yeah. And chaotic being that you like to break from the established rules of the system and be free to do things.
Yeah. I'm going to say these guys are chaotic. If I could give them a serious rating, it would be chaotic. They lie for their own benefit because they don't want to get punished for getting caught.
That sounds evil, Jeremy.
Again,
you don't have to kill and maim things to be evil.
So here's the thing. For me, evil is I am doing something with the intent of hurting you. They are not doing stuff with the intent of hurting you.
Okay, so in your view of the alignment system, if you're going off D&D,
good would be you're doing everything in your power to protect something or to protect people. Evil, you are doing everything in your power to cause a person, people harm.
Um, but in your view of the alignment system, they would fall under chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
First, which is that they care more about chaos, like that's
They,
something
they enjoy the chaos aspect
versus they kind of fall in the middle. Sometimes they can be good, sometimes they can be bad.
Yeah. Because their intention is, if there's a group of travelers, 7, 8 people, a caravan, right? They will throw a banana peel out, watch somebody slip, and have a good time over there. And they're hoping that other people will also laugh because they just want to see how people have fun. If they get caught, they're going to do their best to feign an apology because they don't want to be killed for attempting a prank on somebody.
So yours, it would be in your view, it would be chaotic neutral. I still think they would be under my alignment rulings. They would be considered chaotic evil because in my game I have a goddess of entertainment who is chaotic evil. That is their alignment that they fall under, and they like doing things for the pleasure of being entertained. Like, they like causing chaos on the world because it entertains them, and whether or not other people get entertained by it, who cares? But because it brings me joy, that is what, and that's why they're evil. It's they don't care about, suffering of others or anything or the greater good. They just care about themselves.
Yeah.
So
that's fair.
That's what I consider evil in my campaign. But that's something we would have to figure out in this campaign too. Do we want to have an alignment system and have that have any type of mechanical impacts?
If we did, we would probably have to discuss what that alignment system would be, because for me, I'm leaning more towards protecting. I could protect, I could harm, either way. Or I just want to cause as much pain and suffering as I can on as many people or as on one person as I can.
So, very early thoughts. This is actually something we haven't discussed before about this game. So, this is very early thoughts, throwing this out there. I know a lot of, like, Dungeons and Dragons has been moving away from having the alignment system impact mechanics, and it being more of a roleplay aspect. I almost feel like I wouldn't go with, if people want to label themselves like, the whole lawful evil, chaotic good, whatever, then they're free to. But as far as like how it's role played in the game, that maybe that there are certain like personality qualifiers more than like that, where you wouldn't label your character as evil because nobody's gonna play an evil character in this system. That's something that we've discussed.
Yeah.
That nobody's going to play an evil character. If you're going to play an evil character, then this is not the campaign to play the evil character in.
I have already told her that super chaotic people, like, I'm okay, chaos, like mischief, but straight up, I'm going to try to counter everything that the group is doing for the greater good of the campaign. I will end the campaign very quickly. I promise you. I have no problem doing that. Because unless you can give me a valid reason as to, one, why you're evil, and two, how quickly are you going to change.
And almost like, I don't know, I feel like if you're playing a very roleplay heavy game and you're making your character with a certain idea in mind, you're trying to get in the shoes of that character, and you're making it for the world, for the setting, everything, you're not just going to do weird things for the sake of funny if you're truly immersed into the world, because that wouldn't work with it.
Yeah.
But I mean, in this campaign that you want, the first campaign you want to run in this, um there wouldn't be any evil characters. That's not to say that evil characters don't have a time or a place. You might have a campaign where there's only evil characters. We did a mini campaign like that where
Mm-hmm.
our characters are evil characters, and on the opposite side of the army that our original characters were.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but normally, if you're gonna play something, the party needs to be united with it.
Yeah.
That's something else. I really want to also make rules with this as far as like DM to player contract to start the game, like where you establish very early on, like this is kind of what we're going to be following. If you have any issues with certain topics and stuff, this is, we want to learn this up front and stuff. And that's one of the things I think should be included if you did that. Try not to limit the game, of course, but that it's a role playing game, but it's a team based role playing game. It's team building. You're interacting with party. You shouldn't
be actively trying.
You shouldn't be trying to actively
prevent the goal.
Yeah, play against the group.
Yeah.
There's a time and a place for it, especially if that is the gimmick of your campaign. It's that there's somebody amongst you that is actually evil, and you have to figure out who it is or something, if that's the game you want to play. But for the most part, you're not going to play a game where you're sabotaging each other, and if that starts happening, it can be less fun for the people who just wanted to play a regular game and have fun with their friends when their friends start actively working against them. So alignment system, I wouldn't say would be evil, good, all that, more like trait wise.
Yeah.
But we'll build more of that. We could do an entire part of this that's alignment talk.
So this is more just kind of getting y'all into
this is an intro.
The characters, but probably next Saturday, or no, not next Saturday, Saturday after that, we will probably...
We'll have a specific topic we work on.
Yeah.
Which may also be, this is our general world building, like, discussion day, where it's like, we're going to discuss different topics of world building, and then,
And we did that a lot today, too.
Yeah, but in a more, like, we'll have a PowerPoint about it type way, where it's, we have more research on it. We've just kind of been talking based off of our knowledge that we have in our brains.
So our last group is the Resastor. So I believe this is the Sweden, the Swedish area. One of those areas up
somewhere
there.
In like Norwegian type.
Yeah, actually, I think it might be Norwegian. But these guys are your Goliaths. These are the Goliath equivalent. They range in feet from 7'5" to 9'5". They are monster of people.
The range of like size in this, and I don't know if we're gonna have a size mechanic like 5e has, small, large.
It's gonna crack me up if someone plays a Kukula, the little 2'5" guys, and a 9'5" Resastor, right? Because he's just be like,
picks up.
What do you see up there, little man?
Mm-hmm.
But we got. So this is actually one of the. This is actually currently the only race that only has 2.
I thought you said you didn't like 2.
I know. This is one of the only groups that only has 2.
I mean, this is the only group right now that only has 2.
Exactly. So these are the Eldfall, which are Volcano Goliath. volcanic Goliaths. They literally live in volcanoes.
Okay, I'm gonna take a pause real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So I see them. I just looked down a little at your other race, which looks like it's based on ice.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen a theme going on that you have the forest, you have the ice,
Mm-hmm.
and you have the like hot regions.
Yes.
Forest, ice, like deserts and volcano, like
mm-hmm.
hot regions.
And the mountain.
Well, the mountains almost went with the ice, though.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I'm talking like the inside.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But it seems like you're already building these like biomes of this world.
Yeah.
And that the races fairly exist with the biomes.
Yeah. I like to have that kind of stuff because I like to know where the majority of these things can be found. So these Eldfall, they are volcanic. They are gray, black suited mountain men. Their internal body temperature, they are crazy as far as the temperature they can withstand. Do you see the temperature? 5,000 to 10,000 degrees. They can withstand volcanoes. Hence why they live in volcanoes. They are strong. They dig their tunnels by punching through volcano rock. They are harder to hurt. However, while they are incredibly tough-skinned, they have a huge disadvantage to them. Unlike the Zvergan, who can change left and right, these guys can't. Therefore, if you find them in a freezing temperature, they are weak to it. They do not do well with cold. Which is weird because their body temperature can withstand such high temperatures. They cannot, though. Or they cannot withstand cold temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
Their ability to regulate cold does not work well. They eat heated metal and rocks.
Oh, so they're kind of like going back to Zelda. I can't remember what they're called. The guys that eat rocks that live in the volcanoes, and I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head.
Yes. These guys, again, remember, most of this is going to be, for me. They can lift up to 10,000 pounds. They are very strong.
Very strong people.
So when they are lifting things, just imagine your character probably won't be able to lift it.
If I'm not playing one of them.
Right. That's kind of all I have with them. When they hug you, it's probably gonna hurt.
Like a beware.
Yeah, well, except for this is hot.
They're like a beware who's on fire.
Exactly.
A fire terror type beware.
There you go.
We can use that analogy now. Beware, if beware was in the Paldea region, it could be a fire terror type.
Nice. So these guys, the Hellier, are basically frost Goliaths, or ice Goliaths. They bury themselves in icy caves that they've punched through by hand. They again have they're very tough. It's kind of what they are. They tend to have the purest ice around. What makes their ice so much more pure than Zvergan's? I don't know. Haven't gotten that far yet. However, these societies of these particular types of the Resastor are always exclusively 2 people to a council. The other ones can range from having a singular person to having 3 people on the council. These guys, they exclusively have 2.
So their government and their region is like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that, I mean, this is still a very early document, and this is, idea jotting. And in the future, we can even, like, either off screen or in a stream, do a whole new document that's broken down, like, this is the cultural things, this is the physical traits, this is what have you, to include that. And then once that's done, we can share that to show the development of it.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that you have it kind of all in with one, like, all in one place right now, where it's not kind of like divided.
So there are other unique traits. Much like the other guys, whatever their names are. What are their names? The Eldfall. These guys have the exact opposite. They are weak to heat. So if you put them in a desert, they're not gonna like it.
Cold Miser in Heat Miser's place, he's not gonna have a good time.
He's not gonna have a good time, and if you put Heat Miser in Cold Miser's place, he's not having a good time.
Because it's not a green winter if there's snow everywhere.
Exactly. So while these guys can withstand up to absolute zero temperatures, these guys are even more resistant to cold than Zvergan are. However, they can only go down to 0 degrees. They do not go any higher in temperature than that. If it is reaching 1 degree, they are not fans. They can go there. They just don't necessarily like it.
Is this 0 degrees Celsius or 0 degrees Fahrenheit?
Whatever absolute zero is in.
You're the science person.
So these guys, their blood is very icy, meaning they don't bleed very often, and when they do, it pretty much freezes almost instantly.
So their healing capabilities are much better.
Yeah, or their lack of blood losing is much better. Now the cool thing with them is because they do have this icy type skin and blood. They can pretty much just replace lost flesh with ice.
So are they made of ice?
More or less.
Because if they can replace it with ice, does it meld to become their skin, or is it distinctly different?
It basically freezes into their skin. So you could have varying degrees of ice-based things for this. Now, if one of these guys gets stabbed in the heart, they will die. If you cut off their head, they will die.
They're vampires.
So they are still people. They are still very much biologically people.
They're living creatures.
But because of how cold their temperatures can get, if they just grab a piece of ice and shove it right here, right, it looks like the ice has melted and frozen to that part of their flesh.
So, what these sound like, and this is honestly, and we mentioned the earlier races I helped you come up with the ideas for, so I'm more familiar with them. This one in particular, I don't think I've actually heard in detail, explanations, because I've like gone through and like skimmed, but I haven't like gotten the explanation from you of like, this is exactly how this one works, and right, with the extra details added to be able to envision it. But these kind of sound like the idea in my homebrew campaign that I run right now, the D&D one, that dwarves and Goliaths and the giants in general, they come from the elemental plane and the elemental gods there, where they're beings of the elements. So these sound like they're almost beings of the elements too.
Yeah.
And that they exist as Snow Miser and Heat Miser.
Yeah, more or less.
So.
Yeah. Whereas Zvergan, they can't freeze ice to their body and be cool. So the cool thing about the Hellier is you will have varying degrees of this guy has obviously been hurt a lot because look how much ice is fused with his flesh. Versus you'll have some that are mostly flesh, and that's because they just haven't gotten into many fights or they haven't been injured very often for whatever reason.
Now, viability of everything. Roleplay wise, I could see there being issues, and kind of how I was saying, if you're a cleric in 5e who is not in a campaign where they use undead that often, then you're kind of at a disadvantage. Well, if you play a Hilaire in a campaign that you're not going to the ice regions ever.
Yeah.
It's only going to be in cities, or mainly in cities, or you're almost entirely in the desert. How is that going to work? How are you?
So for my campaign, I already have ideas.
So for your campaign, yes, but what if somebody wants to run this and they don't want to go to...
Then they can change the temperature for the guys.
Customizability.
Yeah. They can basically say, oh, he's got the Hellier going up to 0 degrees. Well, I can make a winter campaign, and that would help. Or,
maybe mechanically take away that feature.
Or
that's another option that we can look at too, is that some of these that we have these strict limitations on there, if people don't want to play with those limitations, maybe mechanically they just get taken out, where it's just up to the group if they want to role play it, like the Duende with the loud hearing. And if somebody wants to play this Duende, but they don't necessarily want to have that feature on them.
Yeah.
Well, can there be customizability in the rules where it's optional?
Yeah.
And I think that's going back to our goals. Customizable rules. We want to make the mechanics unique and fun, and we want to make everybody where they can be viable.
Yeah. So I'll throw in a disclaimer at some point, probably on these documents, that just say, look, these are adhering to the world of materia. This setting, these people, do what you will with them.
Yeah, and technically, whenever we make the mechanics for the system, you can run dwarves and elves and the typical like Tolkien-esque fantasy races in it.
Yeah.
You can run a game with them and create your own mechanics for those. We might even create mechanics for those to exist too. But what world that we're making, these are the races that... Think of this as like your, in 5th edition, Sword Coast is the campaign setting that I've seen that's like the base, where most of the most of the races and the classes and stuff go with Sword Coast that's found in the player's handbook.
Yeah.
While there are supplemental additional books that are different campaign settings, I have a lot of them, like Eberron or Dragonlance, etc. They might have different rules based on, like, the elves in this region are actually called this thing. They work mechanically like the elves from the player's handbook, but they're called this, they do this, and then they add new sub-races.
Yeah.
So this is our equivalent of, like, the Sword Coast. Like, this is the base that we're making right now.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
And then that's... Do you have anything else to say about the Hillier?
That is all I got for you.
Okay. And that is the races that
are currently set up.
That we've currently come up with for this campaign setting that would then exist in this campaign. The campaign setting that would exist for this new RPG system.
For this new setting.
Yeah. or not setting, but like for the new system in general.
Yeah.
I do have, and I guess maybe this will be a good one to do next time. Is in world building, I've written for myself 5 different rules. There's my hand. 5 different rules. 5 different rules. Try to figure out in the camera. 5 different rules. For.
Wow, that was easy.
Okay, you're turned a different way than I. I'm left-handed. I'm more used to holding up my left hand than my right hand. 5 different rules for making a world that I follow.
I killed this.
So I'd like to be able to share those and talk about those too, and I feel like we could implement those rules and in the creation of this world, and then for other people too, they might be useful for them to go off of if you're trying to make your own world and you're looking for a little bit of guidance. Now, just because they're my rules that I follow doesn't mean necessarily that you're gonna want to follow all of them. You might look at one of them and be like, nah, I could go without that one. I actually have a different way that I want my worlds to work, and that's fine. I'm just making them as a baseline because it makes it easier. I like going off of formulas for stuff, having like a rule set that I'm going by in my process of creation.
She likes rules. I just, whatever I want to do that day.
I'm the lawful one. He's the chaotic one.
Yeah.
So,
all right. With all that being said, however, we are gonna head off. It is 11:17.
In our time, yeah.
So, yeah. So
it's been
next
a very
time,
long introduction section.
Yeah, but honestly, I enjoyed it. And we got some good comments.
We did get some good advice.
So please feel free to join in. Like I said, next time or next Saturday we'll probably be playing Pokemon, just doing some raids. We may even start with Pokemon raids, a couple of them, and then
move into the world building.
Move into world building shortly thereafter. We just gotta catch some Greninja. But yeah, so that's where we're at. Do you have anything else?
No, I think there's a lot we can do with this. Definitely gotten more ideas as far as how we can format future streams of this, future episodes, if you will, of this process. It's a very large, and it can seem daunting process if you look at like all we want to do with it. But
for example, we spent 4 hours and never even actually did any world building. We mostly just explained it.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the intro.
Yeah. As far as doing a PowerPoint, I don't think we need to do a PowerPoint.
It depends on what.
We can just keep explaining things as we go, as far as what we know or don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. It depends on whatever we want to do. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I like the challenge of doing it, and I like the eureka moments. I'm a very much rules. I'm rules based, but I'm also very research driven in that I like learning about different things and then taking inspiration from different things and twisting them and making them into a new thing. So that's something that I'm going to contribute. I'm going to look at something and I'm going to be like, oh, there's this thing from Greek mythology that's really like cool that I think we could implement and twist it into this way. Or there's this fairy tale I've heard of that has this concept, and I think in this town we could implement this as a legend.
Yeah.
Or something like that. So
yeah.
I'm excited. I hope you join us for future streams.
Babakis, if you're still here, I do appreciate your comments. And I'm hoping I get to see you in future streams as well. Hopefully we will do more of the world building stuff.
The actual building stuff, right?
In our
Instead of
next
just
stream.
describing what we've already created.
But I feel it's important to let everybody know kind of what's going on, so that way they can participate in the fullest instead of just being,
so we don't.
So wait, what are these guys?
Yeah, so that way we're not just starting and then people are like, what the world is this world that you're building?
Yeah.
And what is world building if you've never done it before?
Yeah.
You know. So.
And honestly, we'll probably go back into multiple things where we end up talking about what is world building again.
Yeah, we'll circle back to that.
As we get different streamers or different viewers, we'll have...
we might have somebody that has never heard of it or never heard of 5th edition. 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons, and
or
have to explain certain things from that.
Or ever heard of whatever this system's going to be called.
Yeah. So.
All right. So, anyways, I hope to see everybody here. Hopefully next Saturday. We will also stream Wednesday. That will probably be.
It'll either be Pokemon or Brawlhalla.
Yeah.
We're figuring that out. We're waiting to see when the Battle Pass for Brawlhalla drops, because we want to stream the Battle Pass, and it's really exciting because it's fantasy RPG based.
It's a D&D based one.
Yeah. So we're really looking forward to that one. So we're waiting to see if that drops this Wednesday, though. If it does, we will most likely be streaming that. If it doesn't, then it'll most likely be Pokemon or some other game.
Yeah.
We're still figuring that one out, and then
we might even do a community day that day and just do some Jackbox if we wanted to.
Yeah.
I'd be down for that.
Yeah. Jackbox is fun.
Yeah.
So
because you would basically hook yours up and then...
Yeah, we could do that through the
and then we
Switch.
could, or we could also, you would have your Switch here, and then we could do, showing my screen for my answers.
No, we would have to do it on here, because then if people want to join the audience.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, anyways, we do look forward to seeing everybody.
Yeah, and keep up with the socials that are linked, that are up there.
Up there in the top, yeah.
Up there. I hope those are all correct.
Me too.
If anything, if we notice something is not correct, we will fix it for future streams. But follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. We can actually do a link to the socials too. And
can we? Did we ever get that working?
Did we get it working?
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, those are those.
And that's how you'll stay up to date with our stream schedule.
Yep.
But Wednesday, Saturdays, so right now are days that we're gonna be streaming.
Yep. As of right now, it's Wednesday, Saturdays. In the future, we will probably try to up it maybe one more day. But for right now, just with us and work and where we are exactly.
And our current life states.
Yeah.
2 days a week, Wednesday, Saturdays works best,
great.
So.
But we do hope to eventually be able to do this more often.
Hopefully engage more people. Get more people watching if we can get more people watching and engage with stuff and that sort, then we can do it more often and hang out.
If you enjoy it, please feel free to share anything with friends. I would love to really kind of start building a community because I feel like that's what Twitch and even YouTube streamers, that's kind of what we do. We just like to build communities and have everybody
help everybody else get inspired.
Yep. So anyways, on that note, good night everybody. Have a safe night. Have a safe week. And enjoy. Bye.
Bye.